Hello and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand YouTube coverage of the 2023 Multi-Nations competition, broadcasting live from Club Helensvale. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined in commentary today by Harold Wilkinson, and what we're going to watch is a women's pairs match between Claire Hendra and Taylor Bruce of New Zealand, who are going to take on Phoebe Ho and Phyllis Wong from the Hong Kong pairs match. We're watching the trial ends now, Harold, so it's a good time for me to ask you to introduce yourself, please.
Yes, hello Alex, and my name's Harold Wilkinson. I'm a member here at Club Helensvale. I'm on the bowls committee and I run some of the bowls events here, and I'm also a pennant bowler here.
Cool,
and
so you're well qualified for the commentary role?
I know a little bit about it, and good afternoon to all the viewers.
Excellent. Now I'm looking forward to this match. Of course, we had one round played already this morning, and there were sort of mixed results. I'll read them out a bit later on, but in the meantime, if you want to find them, they're available both on the Bowls Australia website. If you Google Bowls Australia, and the Bowls New Zealand website host them on Bowls Link. The results through there from the first morning's rounds, as we see just the end of the trial ends. Can you talk us through a bit, Harold? How's this green one run usually? What speed do you think it will be at?
The green normally runs at about 15.5 to 16, depending on how it's prepared and for different events. We have had a little bit of rain during this morning's games, so it may be a fraction slower, but it is very true. I think all of the bowlers that bowled this morning commented how well the green was running.
So for New Zealanders, we usually play on something called Maniatoto or starweed, both of which are like the water weeds that sort of creep along the ground. What's the surface we're playing on today?
Well, I'm not sure what type of grass it is, but it is a grass green, and I'm not sure exactly the type of grass it is, but it's a very fine grass, and the greenkeepers here who do a fantastic job, Luke Wade and Nathan Rice, who most of your viewers may know or have heard of, and Craig Holmes do a great job. The greens themselves can be prepared to run fast. In some cases, when we've played Premier League here, they've been running at nearly 18 and a half seconds, which is very, very fast.
Certainly quite slick. That's sort of what we do, more what we expect in New Zealand. We see there that's Taylor Bruce down there, the lead for the New Zealand team. And of course her and Claire Hendra are the current New Zealand national champions in the pairs, so it's fitting that they're playing pairs for their country together.
Yes.
I think we're just waiting for a whistle to blow or a horn to sound or something, Harold, to start this game.
So it's 3 bowl pairs, Alex, and 18 ends.
As we all wait in suspense, there we go.
There's the horn.
So we will see Taylor Bruce there.
Yep, New Zealand team have obviously won the toss and have the mat.
As you mentioned, we did have a bit of rain earlier this morning that sort of came out of nowhere. It was weird for me because it felt like it was about 70 degrees, although it was more like 27, and then there was just rain. Rain outside out of nowhere.
We do get rain like that, but it's always still warm. It actually becomes very muggy after the rain here with a bit more moisture in the air. First bowl on the forehand, just running through a metre or so.
This here, the Hong Kong lead, Phyllis Wong, on her backhand side. What we usually see in these games, Harold, is the lead and the skip. They sort of find their way in the first few ends, don't they, before we see much shot play?
Yeah, they do. They're trying to work out, I guess, how the green's running. We have changed around from this morning directions. This morning's games were running east-west, and we've changed the afternoon 2 games around to north-south. So the greens will run a little bit differently. And so, yes, the first few ends they'll be getting
How's that for finding your line, isn't it?
That's an excellent bowl.
On that backhand side with those orange bowls. Something else to note about the bowls is every country in this event has been asked to supply a sticker, is my understanding. So they'll all have slightly different bowl stickers on them.
Yes.
That's sort of your best way to figure out whose is what. More for the team games, I think.
Yeah, that's what we do over here. Even in all of our pennant grades, you've got to have your club sticker on to bowl. So Phyllis just swapping over to the forehand.
That's an okay start really from the leads, isn't it? If we look at that head, they're all within Cooey pretty much.
Yeah, they are. Yes. They'd probably want the two orange bowls and the black bowl up front a little closer perhaps, but pretty good start by all players.
Yeah, it's
by both players.
Probably the only thing you could say, I suppose, is with the Hong Kong having no bowls past the head, their skip is more likely, Phoebe is more likely to be trying to either cut it down to one or score 1 point rather than playing any shots.
Yeah.
And Claire, this is her first bowl on debut for New Zealand. So she's played one game already this morning on the forehand side. One of the players who's been around the scene for a long time. She took about a decade off sort of in between. But it's really nice to see her, and there's lots of people pleased to see her finally get that senior cap for New Zealand. And the first bowl, not bad.
Yeah, great bowl.
I think Phoebe looking to play that forehand side as well. Very spread out grip on the bowl. Came out smooth though. And we have told the players, but that's okay. They get reminded again. That's fair enough to be watching this bowl with intent. That's a good start. Beautiful weight, just that underneath the line.
So Claire on the forehand, I think just looking to perhaps sit on her own bowl or just inside her own bowl.
She's chasing it with intent.
No,
don't want to get the orange one in the wrong spot, but that's okay, we've survived. I'm also, if there are any viewers who aren't New Zealanders and you're tuning into this, I must sort of admit my bias now. I don't think I'm going to be able to commentate it from a neutral point of view.
Alex, I'll
balance
you out.
Thank you. So we see, has she switched hands or is it just the way she's lining up? It looks like she's on the back end.
No, she's lining up on backhand.
Phoebe. So that means you would think there'll be some aggression happening here. Just remember where the bowls were. Oh, good camera switching. She was only a bowl narrow really, so she was looking for, that's a really brave bowl to play really, isn't it, Harold?
Well, I think what she was looking to do is sit the black bowl or take the jack.
As we see Claire Hendry make her way back. Always thought it's almost a shame because the New Zealand team we have a black uniform because it's the black and white.
Of course.
I can't really think of a worse place to go with the black uniform, Harold, because it's quite warm, so I feel like we soak in the heat.
I'm sure the material that it's made of is
yes,
comfortable for bowls.
That doesn't fit my narrative, but you are right. There you go, Claire, just covering the back so they knew. Yeah, good bowl there. They've decided that if Hong Kong is to play that shot again, it's really dangerous now. Really dangerous, so I think we might see, would you have a reduction in weight here, do you think?
I think she's going to play the same shot. I think the lead, Phyllis Wong, has called her onto the same shot.
It's stressful times if you're a Hong Kong supporter. She's on the back end, we can see we can see the jack. Let's see where the bowl is in relation to it.
It's a good bowl.
Brave here.
It's a good bowl.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
What a great shot there from the Hong Kong skip. Incredible, and trailed it back just around the corner for two as well.
Yep.
Couldn't have done any better. And a good start for the Hong Kong pairing. in this first end of 18. I said at the top of the end that we wouldn't see much shot play, but we've just seen some shot play there, Harold, and a good shot as well.
Yeah, excellent shot by Phoebe Ho to trail the jack.
Of course, you can see to the left and the right of your screen other games going on. There's sectional play for the first few days, I believe, of all the disciplines, and then we'll be into finals days.
So the Hong Kong girls have decided to go a shorter end than the first end.
It'll be intriguing to know. My understanding is that the conditions in Hong Kong, I know they've got a couple of artificials and maybe 1 or 2 greens, ordinarily play on quite a slow surface.
Yeah, I think it would be slower over there.
I do wonder if they've been able to take their own bowls or if they're borrowing some, as we see. Taylor Bruce.
Yeah, good.
Feather of the jack.
Great bowl. Great position just behind the jack.
Certainly in the last probably 3 seasons, Taylor Bruce has been the top, or one of the top women domestically. She won our Bowls New Zealand Supreme Bowler of the Year award at the end of last year, I think it was, or whenever we had our prize givings. But in fine form, and she went on to make 2 finals and national singles and pairs as well.
Yeah, that's
I think she was inspired by one of the Australians who's playing actually here, Kelsey.
Yeah, Kelsey Cottrell works here at Club Helensvale, and also has more Australian and more national titles and world titles than any other bowler in Australia.
One of the youngest players to play for Australia, was my understanding.
She
Kelsey,
was originally,
I
yes.
think what happened, it might have been the 2008 World Championships. Taylor Bruce, as a young person, walked in and watched it and was inspired by Kelsey. Took up the sport, and a few years later was playing her in international competition, which I think
that's great.
Lovely story.
Yeah, that's great.
So one of the more technically perfect deliveries that you'll see. All straight lines, comes out pretty smooth. And you can see there with her 2 bowls at 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock to the jack.
Yeah,
that's great leading. Needs it to hold that little bit. Oh, she would have paid a bit of money for it just to sit that front bowl up and over.
Just to knock it up one roll would have been great.
What are you doing here if you're Hong Kong, do you think, Harold?
Well, I think they've got to probably try and knock one of their bowls in. The bowl on the left, I mean, I think backhand onto that bowl on the backhand side and just knock it over a roll or so, roll and a half. If they can't get shot, they've certainly got to make sure they've got second shot. The thing that you need to do in bowls is to make sure you don't go down big numbers. So if somebody puts a great bowl in on the jack, you've got to get second shot.
Sometimes it is about going, well, we're not going to score on this end, so how can we mitigate the calamity the most, really? And she's playing the shot you called, Harold.
Yeah, no, she's just through. It's
unlucky, really, wasn't it? She
very unlucky.
Picked it well, beautiful weight.
Yeah, she could have got a rub off that outside bowl and onto the jack, but just missed. It was an excellent line.
Looks like 2 different sorts of coding as well in the background with the coaches. Gail Melrose on the left with the tablet, and the Hong Kong coach with the pen and paper.
Yep.
We see Claire Hendry here on the forehand. It's a good bowl.
Yep.
Good start from the New Zealanders. And a backhand shot now, Harold.
Yes, I just noticed that that Phoebe was talking to her coach behind, so maybe she had some instruction to try something else. She wasn't that far away with her first bowl on the forehand, though.
That's intriguing, isn't it? Well, if she's made it in for 1, it was obviously the right call. We'll see in a second. There's no body language that you can see from anywhere. The coach there just in the background.
Coach might give himself a tick, Alex.
I wonder if there's a column for that. No, she hasn't quite made it. You can see her bowl there at 2 o'clock to the jack.
It's not there.
Careful.
This one's going to be onto the...
Okay, going for the... That's fine. Moment to panic. Now, it's interesting. There's no back bowls at all from the Hong Kong pair, so you can't really play with big weight. I think Phoebe there saying, I know what I want to do. Did a quick Google search. His bowls, obviously the news is available around the place, which is brilliant, of Phoebe's career, and she's pops up in the pointy in a lot of competitions in Hong Kong, which is what you'd expect as a representative of her country.
Absolutely.
Now she's added more weight. She's on her backhand. What's going to happen in collision here?
She's gone narrow.
Really haven't achieved much with that bowl. In New Zealand, would you say they're holding? How many do you think they're holding there?
I think they're holding 2.
Just an indication there. I think the conversation is probably, well, what hand do you want me to have my bonus bowl in on?
Yeah.
And the forehand is the side that Claire is pointing at. It's often a long walk back to that bowl, isn't it?
Yeah. And I can tell you, it looks a lot different from the mat than when you're up at the head.
Often in a very disappointing way.
Yeah.
Here we go. Claire on the forehand.
She's got to make sure she takes plenty of grass, which is what she's done, so she doesn't knock any of the Hong Kong bowls up, and that's a very good bowl.
Brilliant shot there from Claire Hendra. Beautiful weight. Now the camera angles are hard. This could be a big number here.
Yeah, it could be.
It's interesting. What are the rules here? You were telling me you've got an umpires. Oh, we'll just wait to see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, it's at least 4, potentially 5.
They may be measuring for 6.
Yeah, I can see a few in a group.
5. Looks like they've taken 5 out. Measuring for 6.
It's quite exciting.
Oh no, that one there's the one on the right-hand side.
You disappointed me, Harold.
Yeah, I thought that was in that group of bowls that they'd pushed out. It is 5.
Well, it's just about 6, isn't it? It'll have to do. But what a great second hand that was from New Zealanders, and it wasn't that if we think about the Hong Kong lead, she played 3 OK bowls, and the skip played 3 OK bowls, and they've dropped 5 points there, and that's, I suppose, what can happen in this international competition is you.
Well, it can. They're all very good bowlers, and you may well be holding, but the top bowlers of all of the countries know how to convert. That's why the positioning of the lead bowls is extremely important.
You often hear that saying that the lead in a pairs sort of dictates whether you win the game or not, and the skip by how much.
Correct. Yeah, we hear that a lot. That the leads will determine who wins, and the skips will determine by how much.
Certainly based in truth as well. I mean, I know we've all seen times where a skipper's been able to play well for the 18 ends and salvage a game win by a couple, but if your lead's not going good, you're asking so many effective bowls out of your skip for so long. It's often that there's you'll last for maybe 10 ends, and then you have that little chink in your armour and drop that bundle, and that can be what makes.
Well, if you don't have bowls in the head from the leads, the skips are trying to knock bowls out, or they're trying to save shots. They're not trying to add to your count.
Just that little bit short again. I think the coda, the Hong Kong coda in the background for Phyllis, I don't think she's got a bowl past the head yet. Played okay in the right area, but it's been no bowls past. That's something that they'll be looking to change.
And she's better to be a half a metre past the jack than, say, a quarter of a metre, or a smaller distance in front of the jack. If you pass the jack, you're in the game.
That's sort of what we talk about too, isn't it? If, as a lead, you aim sort of, and these players will be aiming depending on how much you're feeling the bowl, maybe a metre past, and if you fall short on that, you've drawn a front toucher. If you look for the jack and you fall short on that, you've put something in the road, which isn't usually the plan.
Well, with leads, I mean, with 3 bowl pairs, or even in 4s, you know, what we're asking our leads to do is put one on the jack and one behind the jack.
Here we go, Taylor Bruce chasing this one down.
It's an excellent bowl. It's a great bowl.
Oh, I wanted it to hold that a little bit more, Harold, but good enough.
No, that's a very good bowl. And what it does also, Alex, is it takes that front orange bolt further out of the head.
We see now the third bowl of the Hong Kong lead, Phyllis Wong.
Looks better weight, probably a little bit over.
She should feel happy enough for that, though, shouldn't she, Harold?
Yeah, I
You've
think
got a
so.
bowl past the head.
Yep. Well, we've already seen the jack go back on that previous bowl, so if the jack goes back a bit further, she's in the game.
So we see that long walk to the mat. The closer the game gets, the longer that walk feels usually. Forehand side for Claire Hendra.
Yeah, very smooth delivery from Claire.
A very effective bowler. She's got a large array of different shots in her toolkit. As we look at this one,
That's a good bowl.
good shot. She's particularly good with the sort of a couple of metres on into her head if there's a plant set up or a split to play through. There's lovely conversion shots. That's why they make such a dangerous pairs team.
Yep.
We see Phoebe here under quite a bit of pressure again. They've just dropped to 5. Probably 1, 2, 3, 4 down on the head. So this bowl needs to be good. She's on the right line. Willing it on. I'm not sure if it's quite going to make it.
No, she's cut a couple out though.
A good bowl to start with, isn't it? Because her line's perfect. If you look at where that bowl finished in relation to the jack, the green's fine.
Yep.
And I think Taylor's saying we don't want to hit that bowl. Maybe switch to the backhand. Just see. They're just deciding how many. If we can hear. Yeah. So Taylor's indicating a switch there.
Yeah, she's trying to play into Claire's bowls.
The logic there is just, you know, you'd rather hit your own bowls than the opposition.
Oh yeah, knock your own up, and of course, if her bowl hits Claire's bowls, if Taylor's bowl hits Claire's bowls, they'll both stay in the head. But that's a good bowl at the back. That's an excellent bowl. She's matched the Hong Kong girls' bowls around the back.
We see Phoebe here on the forehand. Beautiful delivery. Looking just to make that slight correction. You can see her bowl finished at 12 o'clock to the jack. So this one needs a couple of feet more. I think she's got it.
It's a great bowl.
Brilliant.
Yep.
What a shot. What do we do, Harold?
Yeah.
They're looking at the plant. It's not on. The plant's not lined up.
I think it's just they're looking at a plant on the backhand side, and or they could come off the bowl. That's second shot there.
Indicating a potential through that forehand gap.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see. There's 3 or 4 different options there, isn't there?
There is. The problem with the forehand shot is that if you happen to collect the jack, you're going to take it over to the.
I was just going to say, it's
bowls.
where you can see that value of a back bowl, because Phyllis with her last bowl put a bowl past the jack.
Yes.
And it means that Claire has to be a bit more controlled if she is going to be attacking.
That's right.
And on the forehand she is, so we're looking to pick that front gap, folks. See if Claire can replace the shot bowl, just getting her mat position right. Came out smooth, that's a good start. So let's just see. Perhaps she's looking to go around it.
I think she's trying to dead draw.
Trail the jack back.
Trail the jack. What a great shot.
Brilliant shot.
Awesome shot.
Sorry that I called it wrong, but a great bowl nonetheless.
It was.
It's fantastic from Claire. You get a lot of confidence from that, don't you?
Oh, absolutely.
And now you've got all those poles up the front and the middle.
Yeah, it's only left her with one shot, and that is to draw and possibly cut the second shot out.
She'll be happy with second, won't she?
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
No, there's no way. There's nothing that you can get through.
Well, if you try and draw the shot with Taylor's bowl right on the jack, Claire's bowl right on the jack, it could go horribly wrong.
Yeah, yeah.
So they're 2 down. Just draw second shot. That's what she needs to do.
We see this. I've been impressed with Phoebe's touch. And that's the commentator's curse.
Yeah. The idea was there, just the execution. So it is to the New Zealand girls.
Taking a 7-0 lead. They hadn't updated the scoreboard for the second end. So Taylor doing 2 ends worth of work.
Yeah, well, I'll do it every second end, probably.
See Hong Kong on the right of the score, New Zealand on the right of the scoreboard, and Hong Kong on the left. And it'll be interesting to see where this jack is delivered. We've seen 2 different lengths. Straight up the middle. I quite like it. Is it common in Australia? You seem to have those semi-permanent lines on your rinks. Is that essentially what all your greens are like here, Harold?
They are, yes. And they'll do it, and they'll swap the rinks around. They'll move the rinks left and right to get even wear on the greens.
So how is that done? Do you know what it is that goes on the green? Is it like a semi-permanent?
It's just a chalk.
Yeah,
it's just a chalk.
That's quite good to see. In New Zealand, of course, often we don't play with chalk marks at all, and if we do, it's done the morning of. You just put a chalk down the.
Oh, okay. Yep. No, the greenkeepers here have they use the same piece of equipment that the umpires use to check if a bowl is in or out on the rink extremities, which is called a line of sighter. It's a mirror with a line down it, and you line it up peg to peg, and they'll then get their mark and run their machine along to put the chalk line down. So they are quite accurate. Although the lines, while they are accurate, it's not what the umpires use if they're measuring a shot in or out on the boundaries.
It's your 2 pegs.
It's your 2 pegs, yes. Sometimes the lines can be out a small margin, so you do have to line up the 2 pegs.
And again, we see those short bowls that are just plaguing the Hong Kong pairing at the moment.
It's hurting them.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's making that much. You feel like the Hong Kong lead's playing okay, and you feel like you're playing okay, but you're just, in the long term, you're just so hard to score numbers. Taylor Bruce here on the backhand again.
Good bowl. Good bowl. Jack high, almost, or bowl in front.
Here we go. Phyllis just taking her time. 18 end games. It's a long game, isn't it? 7-5 or 7-2. The Hong Kong pairing's not worried at the moment. Interesting.
She's going to knock her own. No, she's not.
Had the weight to
You had the weight, just the line. Yes. It's not that the scoreboard wouldn't be worrying them at this stage. It's the execution that they need to get their grass right and their weight right. Get bowls in the head, in and around the jack.
We see clear here. This is the first bowl of the skip. That's quite an important one too. It's a bit like the third bowl in a game of singles. You really, really want to make it count and do something. That's where all the pressure can come from. Last bowl of the lead, first bowl of the skip, and clear on the back end.
It's a good line. Looks like it's going to sit on the other bowl. Yep. Good bowl. Good bowl.
Again, we see a head that could look better for Phoebe. She has to be extremely accurate here to even score 1 point, let alone a number. And we saw her do that. We saw her do that on the first end. She trailed the jack back 3 feet.
Yes, she did on the first end, but it's really difficult to continue to do that. Although here's a good bowl coming in.
And she's done it again.
She's done it again.
Great shot. What a great bowl.
Great shot.
It's hard to explain how challenging that is to do unless you've been there yourself. That's why I prefer watching the bowls, Harold. It's easier.
I prefer to play myself.
You must be better than me.
Oh, I'm not sure.
And we see Claire Hendry. She's on the probe. I just can't see. Where's her bowl? Oh, it was just
gone through. She's trying to.
Cigarette paper narrow.
Yep.
And there's no reason why Claire wouldn't try to play that shot again if nothing changes.
See, the problem with Phyllis Wong's bowls being short is that it makes Phoebe's bowl now more difficult. More difficult. She's got to be so accurate.
My backhand. See the two coaches, one rink coach to the right of screen, one rink coach to the left, Gail Melrose to the left. I'm not sure what the Hong Kong rink coach's name is, I'm afraid. And on the backhand, she's looking to go almost underneath through to 7 o'clock on the screen.
She's very narrow.
Just cannoned one of the Hong Kong bowls up. Hasn't changed anything really. You can see New Zealand's got second, third and fourth shot. So Claire, we're thinking on the backhand to pop the jack to what? 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock on the screen.
Yeah. And the Hong Kong girls haven't got apart from the shot bowl, haven't got a bowl behind the head. So we do, the rules for this competition are if the jack goes out of bounds, it gets respotted onto the tee. So there are no dead ends that get replayed. It gets respotted. So it's probably worth, I would think, trying to make contact with the shot bowl.
On the backhand, Claire Hendry, she's taken a more generous line this time. The question is, when's this bowl going to break? She's close.
She's got a bit of weight. Gets a jack. Oh.
She was really close. Oh, dear.
Yeah.
And that's why your respot rule, that's a good point, Harold. That's why she was able to overplay it rather than underplay it.
Absolutely. Yep. It gives her every opportunity. And as we saw, it went through. Okay, she's one down. But if she had got the jack or the bowl, she could have got another 2 or 3.
And it really was perfect weight if you think about it, because the shot bowl would have been removed, so you plop the jack back on the 2 metre mark. And
if it goes out of bounds or if it goes in the ditch, you've got all the back bowls.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Now, can you make it 2? It's a challenging bonus bowl, but she's already got a bowl there once, and the rink's the same. Phoebe on the backhand. Looking to miss wide by that line. So that's just to make sure you're not going to snick the jack over. That's great bowling by the Hong Kong skip to snag 1 point there. 3-7 now the score. And here we go. I'm sure they will have had a conversation. Phyllis needs to get bowls past the jack for her skip to play to. Delivering that jack now, and you would almost think a shorter jack would be in order, Harold.
It looks like they're going a bit shorter. We are playing the international rules in this tournament, and that is the minimum length is 23 metres, which just about everyone around the world plays, except Australia. We play, I don't know why we do, but we play 21 metres here.
Do you see that happen much in domestic competition? Is it used, that 21 metre?
Oh, it's used everywhere. It's used in all pennant tournaments here. Our pennant, top pennant grades, everywhere. It's used everywhere. All club social bowls. The only time we see 23 metres minimum is when we get international games here.
We see, although Phyllis didn't get past the jack, at least she was within a foot of it. So that's your second best option, isn't it? And
it's acceptable.
Now she can correct past. She'll be aiming for that 2 metre mark that you see at 6 o'clock on the screen.
Yep.
On the backhand.
So generally the acceptable measures for bowls is mat width. If it's short, if it's within a mat width, it's good. Or if it's past the jack, if it's within a mat length, it's good.
And what Phoebe's actually done there, Phyllis, sorry, she's made 2 bowls that are slightly past the jack, so it's like a 2-in-1 situation.
Yeah, it's turned. It's exactly where they want the head.
A good shot, really. Do you find, so in New Zealand, like I didn't grow up with imperial measurements, but I did grow up around a bowling club, and we all speak in feet and inches of bowls. Is that still the way it is over here in Australia?
Yeah, it is. Basically and generally it is. There are people that will say a metre, half a metre, or we'll indicate with our hands. We'll have a width of our hands and
like
indicate that way.
Story.
Yeah, that sort of thing. But yeah, it generally is, yard, half a yard, couple of feet.
I reckon it should be our official measurement for bowls. That's great bowling there.
Good bowl.
from Phyllis Wong. That's really good. That's the sort of end that you want. It's end 5. She's just taken a while to find her way. 3 good bowls, and Taylor Bruce now on the forehand. Looking to draw. That's Claire's put her foot where she wants that bowl to finish. And it could be just slightly, well, quite overplayed really. Just ensuring she wasn't short, but better pass than not.
You could see what she was trying to do. She's trying to run the jack back with the bowl.
We see the Hong Kong skip. Phoebe make her way back to the mat. Has played some bombs this game already, and we're only on end 5. Of course, I should mention after this game, Harold, you'll be sticking with me, and we're going to cover the men's singles matchup between Ireland and New Zealand, which should be an exciting one.
Yes, it will be. It'll be a great game.
Now Phoebe on the back end.
Yeah, it's a good line. Oh, it's just hanging a little.
So when you're watching it, you're willing it either to turn or hold, but not do that.
Yeah, this green, we do notice playing on this green that one side draws a little more than the other, which I'm sure the bowlers will pick up quite quickly with their lines. Generally, from the end that the girls are playing from now, the backhand side of the green would be slightly narrower side.
So clear on the forehand, which you think is the slightly
it's the drawing side.
Turning.
Yeah, it's the drawing side. It'll draw in nicely from there.
She might find fresh air.
Ooh.
She did find fresh air. That's pretty incredible that she found that gap. But also, I suppose, lucky in a way that her collision bowl hung around, so it's not worse.
Yeah.
Here we have Phoebe again on her backhand.
Yeah, she needs to adjust her line on that side. Line looks...
We've got a coordinated Hong Kong.
It's a good bowl.
Yeah, very good shot. And good communication, these two, Claire and Taylor, although it's the first time they're playing for New Zealand together. I think it's the last 3 years they've played our domestic nationals, which is a big open tournament. It's a bit like your Aussie Open.
Oh, they know each other's games very well.
Absolutely. So there's the good communication that you see between
This
players.
is a good line. This is a very good line. It's all on the weight, and it looks like it's going to be short.
Agonising, beautiful track. So New Zealand looking like they do now as we hear the sound. You can't see it in your camera angle, but the noise that you will have heard is quite a large truck, really. Sort of exiting out there.
Yeah.
Bid food.
Bid food. It's bringing supplies to our restaurant.
Oh, brilliant. It's important stuff. Important work. Now, Hong Kong's going to talk to the coach. He's pointing at the back. Lots of conversation. So do we think, what would you play if you're Hong Kong? You're holding, it looks like they're holding, what, 2.5?
Yeah. Yeah, look, I'd be playing on my backhand, and I'd be just trying to bowl up to my other shot bowls to rest on them for another shot.
We'll see if your advice is the same as the coach's, and I think she's on her forehand, Harold, so that's...
Yeah. I tossed the coin and it came down the wrong way.
It was a great effort, though. It's the curse of the plague of the commentator.
That's okay.
On the forehand, and let's see.
They can obviously see.
Well, she's got weight to draw another shot, or is she looking to go past? Looking to go past. I think perhaps that must have been a played for back bowl, just in case New Zealand got on the attack. And we see a clap there from the coach. That's what she played for. And now we see the New Zealand team have their deliberation. Do you want to try and call this one, Harold? What would you do?
Well, obviously the Hong Kong girls think that the New Zealand girls might be going to try and run the jack back. That's why they put the ball around the back. It does put another line of thought into Taylor's mind as to, because of that back bowl.
It's interesting though, just trying to look at the angles. I suppose the issue from a New Zealand perspective is we know that the orange and the blue bowls is first and second shot. Then we think we've got third to clear, but fourth and fifth shot are the two orange bowls that sit at 7 o'clock and 4 o'clock to the jack. So if you play with weight and you somehow chip out your only third, there's a danger there of dropping a number, which will be the concern on the New Zealand camp.
I think at times you've got to also play to the scoreboard, and the New Zealand girls are 7-3 up. They're going quite well. They don't want to knock their own bowl out and go a number down. So for me, I'd be trying to draw a second shot, and if they go down one, that would be acceptable.
Right, let's see if we've got this one right, Harold.
Oh.
The suspense, clear. Still don't know what hand she's playing. Well, she's holding on to the bowl, so that's a start.
Looks like backhand.
On the backhand.
Yeah.
Well, now we'll see what the weight is. Playing with weight, Claire Hendra on the backhand side, looking for the jack in the ditch here. Looking for the jack in the ditch. She's got it.
It's a great bowl.
Great bowl from Claire Hendra, and I think she removed the Hong Kong back bowl on the way through, so this could be more than one. Could be much more than one.
There's 1, 2. Now they're looking at third shot.
Cool, so we've got an umpire now. Talk us through, you know the umpires here, Harold, don't you?
Yes, I do. I'm an umpire here, and I know all of the umpires here. They're all very highly qualified. So the girls are, well, here comes the ITO, the International Technical Officer. He's not from our club. I'm not sure what his name is. The umpire there is Sonia Smits. So between our umpire Sonia and the ITO, because it's a longer measure, they'll need 2 of them. They will organise the measure.
So the ITOs, are they provided by Bowls Australia?
Yes, they are, for international events and for high level national events.
And then are the clubs asked to provide local umpires?
Yes, we have our own local accredited, what we call national umpires.
Brilliant. Here's Sonia.
Yep.
She's got my watch.
The same watch.
Obviously a bit of style there. Oh yeah, so they're measuring against the orange, and now
that bowl should be chocked before they measure it. Anything that's not lying down, please chock.
What's she doing?
Yeah.
Don't understand. Right, so that's the shot. So they removed 2, so that's the third shot.
Third.
Are they going to go back to the blue?
No, I think it might be 3.
Okay. Cool beans. So 3 there, we think, to the New Zealand team. What a mighty bowl that was from Claire Hendra. Brave too.
Yes, especially on the last bowl, Alex. There's a couple of different schools of thought, and that is if you're going to drive or you're going to play weight, do it with another bowl in hand. But obviously, Claire knew exactly what she was doing and played a great bowl.
Probably indicative of someone who's feeling very confident and good in their game.
Yeah.
And that's often the difference. You know, it's fine to be brave if you're playing well enough, and if you're playing well enough, it's hard to beat.
Yeah. But Claire knows her game, and she took it on. And it's not a failure if she misses. If you commit to the shot and you miss, we say it's not a failure. It's only a failure if you don't commit to the shot.
Yeah.
But she committed to it, and it was a great bowl, and a great start by Taylor.
10-3 now. The New Zealanders lead, and it's a big end in the context of the game. They were probably 2 down the head. If she had missed, it would have been
7-5. Yep.
Now we see here.
This is a better start. This is a better start by Phyllis.
Yeah, she's playing well.
Yep. She's corrected her weight from her first couple of ends.
And Taylor will be asked to stay on the back end. Do you know, I noticed that the green's named after
Kevin Pop Collier. I don't know who Kevin... I've only been at this club a couple of years. I came down here from Paradise Point, who was just up the road a couple of years ago. I don't know who Kevin Pop Collier is, but obviously somebody that was a...
He's got a green named after him.
Yeah, so member of the club, and must have been someone that's done a lot of work for the club over many, many years.
Yeah, you see that around at lots of bowling clubs. It's always a nice touch, I think, to have a name memorialised, same as trophies. Look at this here from the Hong Kong lead. Oh, just
fallen short.
A couple of revolutions short, but a lovely line. Phyllis Wong, and really improving and impressive to manage that, because it must be deflating. Well, we know it's deflating. We've all been there when the opposition skip plays such a bomb. You've just dropped a 3 to New Zealand holding a good head. It's easy just to sort of easy to fall off a little bit, but they're showing fight here.
Yep.
And Taylor Bruce on the forehand side, looking
to roll her other shot in.
She's close to Harold.
Or sit on the back bowl would be a good bowl. Great bowl. Yeah, great bowl. Lovely bowl.
Magnificent stuff there from Taylor Bruce. And Phyllis will be asked to play on her backhand. I note too, you can just about see it inside the camera angles. Karen Murphy's very briefly out of retirement because one of the Australians pulled out for day one. So Karen Murphy's playing 3 more games for Australia to add to her ridiculously high tally.
To add to her 10,000 other games.
Some unbelievable amount.
Yeah, she's a great player, Karen. She was here yesterday with the Australian team, organising a coaching session, training session for the whole group.
Let me see. Look how far that mat had been brought up there, Hal.
Yeah.
Only quite a way up the green.
Yeah.
Claire opting to play her forehand side. Again, looking to crunch onto bowls, probably narrower than she would have wanted it out of her hand. So we now hope that it's going to just swing across, but looking to play that same shot that Taylor played, really. And you can see she got her weight right.
Yeah.
Not really a breeze. I think the Hong Kong skip was just sort of waiting for the slightest of breezes to pass through, and you can see the windsock in the background going from right to left, but not really.
She's going to come off this bowl.
What a result.
Yep.
Oh, just set out instead of in.
Yeah, the breeze is getting up a little bit. It was very, very still and hot and muggy this morning with the rain. But the breeze is getting up a little bit.
Do you find, what's your climate like in this part of the world?
Oh, Alex, it's terrible. We get 25 or 26 degrees through the winter.
Oh no.
Fine and sunny. Bowls all year round. It does get quite hot and muggy during the summer. We've had to call off bowls quite a few times here because of the heat.
So do you have a rule? Is there a rule for that?
Yes, there's a heat stress rule, and we also at this club we have what's called a wet bulb thermometer, which we take out onto the green. It takes 4 readings. It takes heat, humidity, wind, and something or other else, and it gives you a reading. And then we've got a chart, and the chart will be different colour codes. If that reading on our wet bulb thermometer comes up to 32, that's extreme and we stop bowls. If it comes up between perhaps, I think it's 28 to 32, we've got to have breaks every 15 minutes for water and shade.
Seems like a good system. We see the Hong Kong skip there, playing with the weight, but just not working out that time. So we've got a bowl for New Zealand at 12 o'clock to the jack and 1 at 6. What do we do here?
Well, I think they're going to play. I mean, they're holding 2, so I think they're probably going to play for position, have a bit of cover. I'm thinking forehand and try and split the orange bowls up the back.
So just sort of put in a bowl where the jack may end up if Hong Kong connects.
Well, when I say split the bowls, what I mean is to put your bowl between the other 2 orange bowls. So no matter where the jack goes, the worst that you'll get, the other team will get, would be 1.
Clear Hendra on the forehand,
so that's
doing as
what
you
I'd
suggested.
be doing.
We've got one right, Harold. We got the call right.
We got
just
the call right. That's what she was
it?
trying to do. Yeah.
Hong Kong pairing, just having a chat here about where they can hit that front bowl.
Yeah.
Because there may be a way, I suppose, if the jack's not touching the front bowl and you hit it to the far right, the jack may squeeze to our right towards.
Well, it depends exactly where the jack is between those 2 bowls. If she can cannon onto the front bowl onto the jack, it may go out to the right where the 3 orange bowls are the lead bowls for Hong Kong. I think that's probably what they're looking at.
So on the backhand side, the Hong Kong skip. Phoebe taking her time.
Coach is up on his feet for this bowl.
Taking a high line here. Must have been looking to get the right of the bowl as we see it, to see if the jack could squeeze to our side. But not to be, and we see 2 more for New Zealand here. Taking a 12-3 lead now. We're feeling pretty good about how this game is progressing. Of course, there are other clubs in play today and over the week. It's a multi-nation, so there's 2 Australian teams, 1 from Queensland, 1 from South Africa, 1 from Ireland, 1 from Norfolk Island, as they say, 1 from Hong Kong and 1 from Hong Kong, China, so 1 from Hong Kong. And it's played through Broadbeach. What did you say?
Mudgeeraba?
Mudgeeraba.
Yes.
I'll get that right by the end of the
I know when I first came up here, it was Mudgeeraba, because it's all the E's in it.
Get it right.
No, it's Mudgeeraba, we call it,
Paradise Point, Club Helensvale and Club Musgrave. So quite sort of a festival of bowls for this area, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah, a lot of bowls clubs up here.
This bowl on, Taylor Bruce.
That's a good bowl.
Good shot.
Yep. Yeah. Anything a mat width in front of the jack is acceptable.
Now Phyllis Wong on her forehand side. Been playing better the last few ends, probably the last 4 ends. Been keeping up with Taylor Bruce. And again, a good bowl.
Yes.
Still a little bit short, but easier to correct from. You know, earlier in the game we were seeing bowls that were sort of further away than they would be.
Earlier in the game, her short bowls were out of the game. That's not it. That's not out of the game. She can knock her bowl up or come off her bowl towards the jack if she stays on that forehand side.
Taylor Bruce on the back end, just finishing level with the jack.
It's drawing quite well. Yeah, that's a good bowl there.
A good shot. So also notice from the club point of view, and we may have seen it in a couple of camera angles, but there seems to be a large amount of construction going on just adjacent to this green. Can you talk us through what's happening?
It's a very large construction site. Club Helensvale have embarked on a $12 million renovation. $3 million has already been spent on the club house with the restaurant, the cafe and the interior club facilities. We had 3 grass greens here. The middle green is being converted into an indoor carpeted green, a covered green. with new bowlers facilities behind, function room and a big viewing area for the middle green for a couple of hundred people. It's going to be state of the art, and they're currently doing that. Expected to be finished later on this year, probably around October, November.
That must be very exciting for your club members.
It is. It is. It's very exciting. It's a bit of a disruption. We've lost a green, but we're coping, and the end result is going to be well worth it.
Absolutely. And Claire Hendra now on the forehand side. So we see Taylor, 2 okay bowls. She would have preferred one to be past the jack, and Claire Hendra should have played this bowl with enough weight. I think it'll go camera, but it should stop on the rink, on the green. Yeah, that's a clever weight to play a bowl with when you're looking to remove a shot bowl, because she's still improved the head, hasn't she?
Yeah, she has. And now there's another thing for Phoebe to think about, and that is if the jack goes back, you've got the Kiwi bowl behind.
Certainly, that's a lot what you see with these top international bowlers, is the effectiveness of their bowl. And it always stays, it's very rare to see an international bowler lose their bowl from the rink, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Even if they're heavy from their intended shot, usually stays on the rink, and that means that it's always improving.
It's in play. Yep.
Clear now to make a correction. On the forehand side, she's tighter. She needs this bowl to hold up, but she's got 3 bowls to hit.
She's going to cut under.
Just underneath the line. Probably lost a bit of the weight as well. If we look where that bowl finishes, it was only, 2 feet past the jack.
Yep.
So probably took the green for one result and the line for another. That's Phoebe just looking at the flags. You can see there's some flags to her, or our left, her right, the fluttering. And this bowl here looking to make a bonus happen. She's not far away if she's got the weight right here.
It's on a good line.
This is close.
What a great bowl.
What a shot. What a shot from the Hong Kong skip. That's a beautiful touch there. Claire's already spent 2 bowls. There's not much on. This is going to be a tough shot for the New Zealand pairing. What would you play?
She's got 1 bowl left.
And we think 3, it looks like 3 down to me.
Yeah. I'd be drawing second shot. I mean, again, as I said earlier, play to the scoreboard. They're 12-3 up. If they go 1 more down, go to 12-4, that's acceptable.
You're okay.
You know, if they go down 3 or 4, Hong Kong are right back in the game.
So Claire Hendra on the back end. She's played 2 reaching bowls on the forehand, so it's a big change here. Looking for second shot. How's your weight, Claire? Because your green's not bad. She's close here.
It's a good bowl. He's got to get in front of that bowl.
Lovely.
Yeah, lovely shot.
Lovely bowl.
Yeah, great bowl. Exactly what she was trying to do.
Absolutely brilliant there from Claire Hendra. Cutting it down to 1, and the Hong Kong skip now will be following that really down on the backhand, I think.
Yeah.
If you sit your bowl down 2 rolls, you might make it 3. And that's what you see. The coach has indicated a bit more weight there. So the jack's coming back in the direction of 7 o'clock.
Yep.
They've actually got a back bowl at 6, so you can play. You can play through it 4 or 5 rolls. They can make a 4 here, Hong Kong.
Absolutely. She can come through with some weight. Even if the jack goes in the ditch, it's going to go on the tee, and they're still going to pick up 2 or 3.
Only, I suppose, the key point is getting the shot bowl on the right part. She'll need it to get it square, or to our left as we see it from the next camera angle, because if she gets it to her right, she's got a chance of chipping it off, but a big chance here. On the backhand, the Hong Kong skip. Opportunity for a number. These been few and far between for the Hong Kong pairing, and she's close here, Harold.
This is a good bowl.
She's close here. Needs to get.
She might pick up another shot. Yes,
she has. She deserves 2 there at least.
Yep.
Brilliant.
Yeah, great bowl.
Well played. So 2 being indicated there, and the score now 5-12 to the New Zealand team.
Interesting to see what length they're going to play now they've got the mat.
So I have some results that I can read out that of course I found on the wonderful Bowls Link system. In New Zealand we use something called BowlSub, which is, it's Bowls Link. It's the same thing, we just called it, it's got a different name in New Zealand but the same base software, and it does a wonderful job of keeping everything up to date. So if you miss what I'm saying and you want the results, that's the place to go to.
On Bowls Link, yep.
On Bowls Link, so go to the Bowls Australia or the Bowls New Zealand website and you can see a post there that says multi-nations. Anyway, I'll go to the results now. So in the men's fours, I can tell you that in the first round, round 1, Norfolk Island defeated Australia Green, 17 shots to 15. I'll be happy with that one. That's a big win for Norfolk.
Yep.
Queensland defeated Ireland, 12 shots to 10 in the men's fours. This one I don't want to read out, but that's okay. Australia Yellow defeated New Zealand, 23 shots to 7 in the men's fours. Big win there. And South Africa defeated Hong Kong, 18 shots to 9 in the men's fours. I'll go through a couple of other results a bit later on.
No, we're down at Broadbeach, Alex.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, Broadbeach Bowling Club, which of course you were telling me, and I should have already known, is where the finals are going to be for this multi-nations event.
Yes.
Just watch another end or two, and I'll bring through some more results from that round 1. Of course, if you're following along at home, feel free to jump in front of me and find it for yourself on the website.
So Phyllis Wong put her first bowl right next to the jack, and then Taylor Bruce bowled a toucher and rolled the jack back.
So the head's been reset, really.
Yep.
They all seem quite relaxed, don't they, these players?
Yep.
I suppose that's part of playing at this level, is the mental skill side of things, where it is just another game of bowls and you expect yourself to play to the best of your ability without putting a stupid amount of pressure on yourself, I suppose, is the
yeah, you've got to stay relaxed. Stay relaxed and focused.
So Taylor on the back end.
This is a very good line on this bowl. Very good line.
Beautiful
great
shot.
bowl.
It's lovely, particularly considering the fact that she changed at first. As we just see in the far right of your screen, an explosion of bowls. I think that was the Australian Dawn.
Dawn Heyman.
That's the one, having a proper nibble at it. Beautiful delivery. It's one of my favourite deliveries in bowls, Dawn's delivery. Comes out absolutely smooth as silk. Hopefully we'll get her on the broadcast at some point in the next week. And see there the coding. So every country does coding slightly differently. It's interesting. The Hong Kong coder coach, ringside coach in the middle, and Gail Melrose to the left using the Bowls New Zealand tablet. We have an app that does the coding sort of vaguely for us. And I presume Australia has a similar thing, and I know the UBC has an amazing system as well, where they input each bowler. You can see effectiveness and everything else.
Yep.
It's an interesting conversation to be had about coding, though, because I suppose it's all about perspective, isn't it? And you have to have the same person. Like, my opinion of a good bowl might be different to your opinion of a good bowl.
Yeah, exactly. But the bowl squad that I'm involved in is run by Lachlan Ty, who is a world-renowned bowls coach. He's probably watching, I would guess. Lockie, if you are watching, hello. And Lockie's a big one for recording bowls. And you'll see all the people in his squad. Robbie Brillier, for one, who won the Australian indoor title a couple of years ago. Commentators on the live streaming were saying he's writing something down after every bowl. So they, even in singles, the guys code their own bowls.
It's fascinating. It is an interesting conversation. I know there's it's interesting to see how a player Like if I coded a game and say the player I was coding was very ineffective on their backhand, I always find it interesting to compare what they think versus what the coding thinks. And I find with international players, they're very accurate.
Yes.
You know, an international player can come off a green, I would say, well, how do you think you played? And they, more often than not, could tell you, well, I had a weakness on my backhand, or I missed some run shots on the backhand side or the forehand side. Maybe some up-and-coming players might not be so accurate.
Well,
there's people who have those sort of
it's strange you should say
opinions.
that, because when I was up at Paradise Point, I was bowling with a guy that I started bowls with, and I've only been playing bowls for about 4 years, and we lost a game up there, and I said, how do you think we went? He said, oh, we went okay. I bowled at about 50%. I said, what do you think I bowled at? And he said, oh, about 70%. And I said, what, and we lost by 10? He goes, yeah. And I said, well, let me tell you what we did bowl at, because I was actually coding. So I pulled it out of my pocket, and I said to him, well, mate, you were going at 17%, not 50, and I was going at about 20. That's why we lost by 10. So exactly what you're saying, Alex. It's the newer people really, they don't have a handle on their game as to how well they're going, like the international players do.
It's a skill that we really underrate when it comes to those top bowlers, because if you understand how you're playing, as we see this brilliant bowl here from the Hong Kong skip, and she just made that lovely correction on her weight. If you understand how you're playing, you can make your game dictate your shot selection properly. So you see them play the right shot for how well they're going, and you're able to sort of catch it. Sometimes you might get halfway through a game and go, oh, I know I'm consistently doing X, I can then do Y, and that's also what the rank coach is there for as well.
And we set ourselves targets, within a mat length, it might be 45%, or if it's a drive, if it's a bowl width, if it misses, but it only misses by a bowl width, we'll give ourselves a tick on that sort of shot. And we keep those stats, and we have targets that we try to meet, and we try to improve to get to those targets. It's a training thing, and it's a method by which you can see your improvement.
Absolutely. Now, this will be interesting. So New Zealand leading 12-5, of course, if you look at the scoreboard on the top left. One down on the head. They had a bit of a chat there, Claire and Taylor. You've seen Claire play some absolute bombs already, and she's going to have a go at it on the forehand. Looking more to chip the bowl out, and she's close here. Okay, what's going to happen with Jack movement?
Jack. Yep.
Little snick around the corner, Jack in the ditch. Bowl's been put onto the thing. Cut it down, says Taylor. Yeah, good bowl. She was right in the area there, wasn't she?
Yep.
And just, of course, Peter Ballas there to the right of the screen.
Yes.
One of the most well-performed New Zealand bowlers of all time. Holder of multiple world titles. And one of the best, if you've never seen it, I encourage you to go find it. It's on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel, actually, but I think it's somewhere else too. The World Singles Final between Peter Ballas and Willie Wood in 1980... the mid-80s, I want to say, 84 maybe, in Scotland. There was thousands of people in the crowd, and they weren't in favour of the New Zealander. It came down to the last bowl on the last end on an umpire's measure, and they used the interesting thing is they actually tried to use a sonic measure first.
Oh, wow.
The sonic measure was sort of an early attempt at what the laser measures are now, and the umpire had forgotten to put the battery in.
Oh.
so you see the umpire there, it doesn't work, and then he measures it with the tape. But an absolutely amazing game of bowls that Peter Ballas was involved in, and still heavily involved in Bowls New Zealand as one of the high performance team.
Yep.
I think he spent 16 years in Australia as well as a professional in various capacities.
Yeah, we've got a couple of guys, a couple of people in New Zealand in Lockie's bowl squad, because he's got coaches right around the world, and other people, bowlers and other people involved in bowls. Graham Rees, I think, is one.
Yes.
And Graham Doreen.
Yes.
Is the other one. And one of the ladies that played this morning, very, very good friend of mine, Leanne Poulsen, who's playing for New Zealand. She's in our squad as well.
Graham Rees is the coaching lead for Bowls New Zealand, so he's sort of in charge of what we do and where and when in regards to coaching courses that Bowls New Zealand offer to prospective coaches.
Yeah. Well, there's a whole group of us around the world that are swapping emails. We send our emails to everyone, and everyone sends them back to everyone. So we've got a lot of knowledge going backward and forward through our group.
Absolutely. We see that pole there from Taylor Bruce just underneath. Interesting to see now. We've seen the Hong Kong lead successfully sort of
Get
that's when we
bowls
talk
past.
about observing how you're playing and fixing it. Now see the 2 bowls past the head.
Yeah, she's got 2 bowls past, so she needs to put one close to the jack.
She's let it go on the tight line. If this holds on, I'll be amazed, but it's trying.
It won't be that far away.
It's unbelievable. It's a good shot, really. That's probably the narrowest line she could have taken.
Yeah, it is narrow on that side, as I said before. It's narrow on that side of the green.
Are there a popular model of bowls on these Australian conditions that you find are used more often than other ones, Harold?
Oh, everybody's bowls are. I have a squash background, and bowls are like squash rackets. It's just what you prefer.
Yeah.
I use XGs, Helensvale XGs. They're a really good all-round bowl. A lot of Aero's very popular as well. Same with Taylor's. I know Kelsey Cottrell uses Drake's Pride.
Essentially whatever works, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It is. I find the history of bowls manufacture quite interesting because, of course, they started off as lignum vitae, which is the heavy, it's a dense wood, it's the only wood that sinks. It'll sink if you put it in water. And then there was a very brief time where rubber bowls were a thing.
Right.
So the Dunlop Tyre Company used to make condensed rubber bowls. I find that just fascinating.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that's where Henselite came from, that Hensel man, whose first name escapes me, worked as an engineer for them and thought, well, what if we have a compressed plastic?
Yeah.
And of course, from there was no looking back for bowls, and we all have those compressed composite plastic bowls.
Well, the Hensel family have run Henselite for 3 or 4 generations, but just recently sold to the guy who bought it. His name escapes me, but it's only just recently that the Henselite bowls operation has been sold from the Hensel family.
Yeah, some fascinating
Good
stories.
bowl.
Look at that there from this Hong Kong skip. God, she's playing great bowls.
Yep.
On the backhand, that was from Phoebe. Very effective. There'll be a big tick on the bit of paper there, I would say, from her skip. Not her skip, her rank coach. I wish I could say it was a lack of coffee, but I've had a couple of cups today. And delicious it was too from the kitchen here.
Yeah, they do a good job here.
Now, Claire Hendra, New Zealand has second, third and fourth shot. Won't be too worried. As we see the Hong Kong lead and rank coach both sort of directing Phoebe just to draw another shot on the backhand side. 6 the difference at the halfway mark. That's quite doable, isn't it, if you're Hong Kong?
Oh yeah, a couple of ends. You know, you get a 2 and a 3, and then all of a sudden it's 12-11. It can happen. They've just got to stick at it. But by the same token, the New Zealand girls have got to keep putting their bowls in the head, and
that's quite a good bowl from Phoebe, really, if for no other reason that it will now be obscuring the jack from Claire's view. It's directly, it's at 12 o'clock to the jack as we see it.
Yeah.
So Claire won't be able to see the jack anymore.
No, she can't see it, but she knows where the jack is.
Here we go, looking to make a correction here. Claire Hendra chasing after this one, willing it to hold up around the front stuff onto the jack, trailing it back.
Oh, unlucky.
That was so close.
Still just the one down, but a great bowl.
I feel like I got overexcited from a poor result there, Harold.
If you had an Alex, I was about to.
Thank you, I feel better.
It was a good bowl. It was a great bowl. And generally when you see the players running down after their bowl, they know it's on a good line, and they know how it's come out of their hand, and probably the weight's okay. And
it's usually a good sign,
It's a good sign, yes.
So we're going to see Phoebe. What would you play here if you are the Hong Kong team?
Well, they're holding one. Second shot is just behind the head. I would be drawing up to the jack. just what I would call a soft draw. Even if it doesn't get in for second shot, it might make Claire's last bowl a little bit harder.
She's on the backhand. She's sticking the landing, so she must like this one.
It's just not there.
Just that little bit short. Beautiful. Look at all those three of those bowls. Beautiful line. And a chance here for Claire Hendry. Although that jack stuck right against the shot bowl, you can see the smallest slither. That's a bit better. You can see the jack there slightly to the right of centre of the shot bowl. So I suppose Claire's still on the forehand, but
she has to be on the forehand. That last bowl's basically blocked that channel through the backhand. It's too dangerous to go down the backhand now.
Yeah, perfect results. Probably not the big number that it was before, but still a chance. Claire on the forehand side.
Fraction wide.
Yeah, just finding fresh air there. And it's going to be 1-2 Hong Kong. So 7 points to 12. And the Hong Kong pairing still in this game. I think I'll read out some more results, Harold.
Yeah.
So we'll move on to the men's singles, which I have found on BowlsLink, results.bowlslink.com.au, which you can find there, or the Bowls Australia website, or the Bowls New Zealand website, or the Bowls Australia Facebook, or the Bowls New Zealand Facebook, or anywhere else. But men's singles anyway, Australia green, 21 points, defeated Norfolk Island, 21 points to 6 there, so that's a big win for the Australia green singles player. A close match between the Queensland representative and the Island representative, 21 points to 20 for Queensland. And then New Zealand versus Australia. Andrew Kelly was playing for New Zealand. I don't know who the Australian was, but Andrew Kelly, 18 points. Australia, 21.
It'll either be Aaron Wilson or Aaron Tees. They are the two singles players.
So if I say Andrew Kelly lost to Aaron, 21 points to 18.
To Aaron, correct.
And finally, South Africa representative defeated Hong Kong, 21 points to 10. And the reason we're reading out the countries' names and not the individuals is because at this multi-nations, every round, the selectors from the country can change who's playing. So we don't actually know. It's part of the intrigue behind the thing. The players are sort of announced to the head office, I suppose. Just
they can
the
reselect. They can reselect their teams for every match. So Phyllis coming down on her backhand. It's on a very good line. Very good bowl here. And a toucher.
Lovely shot.
Great bowl.
A great correction if we look at her first bowl that sits to 9 o'clock of the jack on the screen. That's a beautiful correction because she kept the weight exactly the same, but just fixed that line. So Taylor Bruce looking to follow it down on the backhand side. She plays the same bowl again. New Zealand will be holding 2 in about 5 seconds.
She's trying to sit that bowl, just missed.
Bowl
in a good position, good spot there.
You'd think Taylor will be feeling pretty good about her third bowl here, won't she?
Yeah, I think so. Her weight's really good. This bowl should come in. It's on the drawing side of the green. And here it comes. That's in an excellent position as well. What Taylor will try and do here is same line, same weight, just try and sit the shot bowl.
Willing it to hold.
Willing it to hold. It is a good bowl. It's just going to duck under. I thought it was going to sit that shot bowl.
Tried to hold for a while, didn't it, Harold?
Yes.
Just swooped across right at the end.
It is on that drawing side of the green though, Alex.
Which is probably 10 inches underneath that line.
Yep.
You see the lovely weight still played. So those 2 bowls, although didn't get the initial shot, are still on the rink.
I see sitting on that last shot, sitting behind the rink, Brian and Josie Little from Helensvale, 2 club members here, expat Kiwis.
Brian, I hope they've got their silver ferns.
Yeah, they are. They're lovely people, and I've played a bit of bowls with both of them.
On the forehand. He's played very well in this game, has Phoebe. Holding one here, looking to make it 2. She's on the right line for that.
She's just pulled up a fraction short.
A little bit short, so really what we're thinking is Claire will try to play the same shot that Taylor did, do you think, Harold?
I think so.
Just on that backhand side.
Yeah, it needs to go backhand. The Hong Kong girls have done quite well. They've won the last 3 ends.
Yeah, certainly keeping themselves well and truly in this game, aren't they?
Yep. It's a little bit narrow as well.
Oh, careful. Nearly panic station. She may have rolled that pole in for 2. Doesn't change the Hong Kong shot though, because they know where the danger area is.
This is holding. No, just skated past. Trying to sit her shot bowl.
Clear on the backhand. Looking to make that correction. Now this is a higher line, so let's see when this bowl breaks.
No, this will be a good line.
Breaking now.
Probably a bit overweight.
It's good that we've now got a bowl. It's good that New Zealand's now got a bowl on the other side of the head, so that sort of gives you a wider angle for where the jack may go. That'll be essentially this conversation, won't it be? Like, what's New Zealand going to do? Where could the jack go?
Yeah.
You know you're holding one, and if you add the reason they don't want to add a second shot, you just essentially make the target bigger.
Correct.
So you create a very little reward for a much higher risk. So Phoebe on the forehand, that's tighter than what she would have liked to be. Now if you're Hong Kong, you're willing this bowl on.
Just wanted to stop there, it's just in the way a little.
It's a brilliant block, but it's not intentional, but it's brilliant. And they're going to have to come have a look at this, the New Zealand team. If you had a quick enough drive, the shot's still on, but it does change the weight entirely, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And it brings in danger.
Yeah. I'd be more inclined to just overdraw on the forehand, onto the orange, onto the jack, roll it out.
Yeah, that's what they're indicating there.
Yeah.
So of course the danger is the only New Zealand bowl that's close is the one at 6 o'clock, really.
Yeah.
It'll be easy to accidentally cannon that one out square if you played with that more weight. So the forehand shot, that's what Claire's indicating, to pop the jack.
Yeah.
Because the jack sits at, 4 o'clock to the jack, so if it goes in the 4 o'clock direction,
no, they're down a few more.
To that bowl.
Yep. And the other consideration too is they're just one down, so don't try and do too much.
The psychology of it's interesting, isn't it? Because the Hong Kong pairing have scored what maybe 3 of the last 4 ends or so.
They've won the last 3 ends, and they've picked up 4 shots. So we're 12-3 down. So they're now 12-7 down, winning the last 3 ends, picking up the 2 and 2 ones.
Although the New Zealand team is 12-7 up, so 5 points up, they'll feel like the momentum's against them. So sometimes you want to score a point when your opposition scored
Stop
3 in a row.
Yep.
We'll see what they've decided to play here. Claire Hendra on the forehand by the look, so I think that shot that you called, Harold, just to roll through the shot bowl, pop the jack back.
She's played a bit of weight. It's overdraw.
1, 2.
Oh!
Can you imagine?
Measuring for 2.
So So that's the bowl, remember, the one that you see to the left of the screen that Claire knocked up with her first bowl.
Yep. From our monitor here, it looked like the New Zealand bowl was closer.
What was that? We just looked for some indication.
Don't know. I think it was one. One. Yeah. One.
Cool beans. So one there to the Hong Kong team, and they continue to narrow the gap. 4 ends in a row now to Hong Kong.
Yep.
Play from these two.
Yeah, Claire and Taylor need to win an end. They need to get the mat and change things up a bit, take control.
Now is the hour, really, isn't it?
It is. It is. More shots to Hong Kong. Another end here to Hong Kong gets them really within touching distance. They'll only be 2 or 3 away. And it'll be a big psychological shift if that happens. That's a very good start by Phyllis.
Really seen an improvement in her standard of bowls from that first third to the rest of the game. Taylor opting to play the back end. Of course, if you are watching this, thank you, and please feel free to share it with your friends who watch bowls or don't watch bowls. And if you want to watch more, the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel, there's a subscribe button on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel that I would encourage you to please click. I think it's red, it's got a little bell next to it. If you click on that, you'll get a notification every time that the channel goes live. And we are here, of course, in Australia for the duration of the Multi-Nations. We'll be bringing you broadcasts most days, so stay tuned for that, and thank you for watching. Just switching to the... I saw her flick the bowl around on her hand. She's pretty square on the mat, but I think...
Yeah, she's going backhand.
Oh, just about a wrong bias there. Oh, can you imagine? That's good. That's why I was confused, Harold, because I could see the ring on the other side. Yes. I was wondering what was going on.
Yes. No, best bit of advice I've got in bowls now is little ring on the inside.
Certainly a good place to start.
And I would think that tossing the bowl around backward and forward to get it onto the correct side has had an effect on that bowl, perhaps.
Yeah, certainly. Often we see a player you might step back off the mat and reset yourself.
Yeah, correct.
Taylor Bruce here on the back end, looking to make a correction. Started off with a hiss and a roar. Just seen a couple of, they're not loose bowls, but perhaps that same issue when you're just trying to get bowls past the head.
Yeah, they need to be up.
Taylor's been grouping them well, but maybe just one pass instead of 2.
They need to be past the head. It then gives Claire more options with her bowls. Another good bowl here. Yep, Claire just calling Taylor with her foot behind the head.
Some players find that really helpful, don't they? Just that physical sort of, this is where you're going.
Yeah, it's a common thing. Put your foot where you want the bowl. I've had people say to me, bowl to my foot, and then they walk away, and I say, I can't, you're moving.
Where do I go?
Yeah, exactly.
And we see there, good grouping. Yeah, it's good grouping from Taylor, but just that little bit short. She'll know. They'll fix that. As we see the Hong Kong skip make her way back down. Phoebe, on the very first end, she played a great shot training the jack for 2, and she's been in pretty good form really the entire game.
Yep. And she held the pair together when Phyllis was in the first few ends when she was a little bit short. Phoebe actually held them together and has continued to put down some very good bowls.
You see this, the hand that turns a little bit more, so this bowl probably a nice green if she's got the weight right. Watching it run, how far is it going to go? Enough for 3. That's great bowls from Hong Kong. No one has really a back bowl barring that one orange that you see. Do you think, is this an attacking moment, or is Claire just going to draw up to it? It's hard to tell because we've seen Claire play a couple of weighted shots already in this game.
Well, if she's going to play weight, she needs to play it with this bowl or the next bowl. It's desperate stakes when you're running through with your very last bowl.
We'll see what Claire's
See
decided.
what she does.
Line it up on the backhand side.
I think just a draw.
Yeah, just over the draw. And
Yeah,
she's
I
got
think
those,
so. She's got bowls to run into.
absolutely, those 2 bowls of Taylor Bruce's.
Just around the back's good. Now she's got something to work with around there. That's good.
Yeah.
That's another option.
A clever bowl from Claire Hendra, really, just playing that probably 1.5 meters over the jack. And we'll see Phoebe just plug another bowl on there, try and turn that screw, just add the pressure.
So the way the bowls are in the head now, it's Hong Kong on the forehand and New Zealand on the backhand. Oops, that might change things a little bit.
That's a good shot,
That is
really.
a very good shot. She's got
I think Hong Kong's still holding 4. Well, we'll call it 3.5.
Yeah. It can be deceptive on the screen. I think maybe 3, could be 4.
4 sounds better, but it probably is just the 3.
It's an even number.
Yeah. Now Claire on the back. Oh, someone's walked past, but see, Claire's resetting herself off the mat.
And exactly what you should do. If that happens to you at home, walk back off the mat, take a deep breath, and reset.
On the backhand, Claire Hendra. 3 down, didn't let it go very good.
Yeah, bounced a little, didn't get down very low on that one.
If it stops, it's still a good bowl. So that's still a good shot.
Yeah.
Wider than, it's interesting because it bounces, she takes the weight off, but it was more that it was a high line than anything else.
Yeah, I think they'd have 3. I think this one would be 4. The bowl at 1 o'clock would be 4th.
Yeah.
Then the wide bowl out here at 9 o'clock.
You can see there, that's a good camera angle there from the player's point of view. So Hong Kong, you will say they're holding 3 and there's danger at the back because Claire's 2 blue bowls, they're at the back of the head. So Hong Kong indicated that the forehand is the call. See if Phoebe can just reach around the back of the head, but Hong Kong on the charge here, really. They only trail 8 points to 12 now. They're holding 3 on the head. This game getting stressful if you're a New Zealand supporter. Phoebe on the forehand.
It's quite wide. It does draw on that side, but not quite that much. Plus she had a little bit of weight on. But she's matched the back bowl, which is a bit of protection for their 3 shots. If the jack does move back, she's got a bowl. She's got another bowl back there.
A lot to use, we just heard Taylor Bruce say.
Yeah, I'm not sure what shot Taylor's going to play. I would play backhand onto the purple bowl. Just a run and set. Hopefully it would flop in a little bit.
So on the forehand side, this must be playing with weight, you would think. We'll see Claire on the forehand. It's the hand that swings a bit more. Try to play that split, so it's a very clean bowl that's being played here. She's close here, Claire Hendra. Needs to get down, needs to get it square.
Great bowl.
And onto the jack. That's a great shot.
What a great bowl.
It's such a hard bowl. That's an unbelievably difficult bowl to play. Claire Hendra absolutely nailed it there.
Alex, especially at that time of the match where Hong Kong were pressing, they were holding 3, could have gone another one. They could have gone to 12-11 or 12 all. Now it's 13-8, and New Zealand have now got control of the mat.
Yeah, it's classy really from Claire. You know, the percentage shot was probably, to be fair, the percentage shot was on the backhand side. There was a much wider margin of error. Claire said, well, I know that I can play this perfect bowl, and she did. So good shot there.
Again, as I mentioned before, committed to the shot and played it and got the result.
Sally just saying, remember to put our score on the scoreboard. And we see the mat pulled right up here from Taylor Bruce, playing it backhand.
Yeah, good bowl. What a lovely bowl.
Beautiful, good start. It's interesting nowadays. I was saying to someone, I think with this rise in New Zealand, we have Bowls 3-5, in Australia you've got the BPL. A legitimate shot now in this situation, often you'll see if your lead's confident, just to have a go at the jack or the bowl.
Yes, it's a tactic that we see in the BPL and other high level competitions around the world. I saw Alex Marshall do that in the BPL in a tiebreaker, because in the BPL you can play in any order and you can swap the order during the game. And so he went first, rolled. Well, they don't roll the jack. They tell the umpires where they want the jack, so they put it on the mat on the minimum, jack towards the ditch, and he just drove at it and knocked it straight into the ditch.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to me because we see this generation of bowlers come through who've played a lot more of the short format.
Yep.
It'll be interesting to see if the shot selections change at this international level, because Test cricket, it happened to Test cricket, didn't it, with 2020?
Yeah, 2020.
The shots change that we sometimes
Absolutely.
see. So I'm interested to see if it affects the bowls world as well. I think it might.
Yeah, I think it will.
And going for the back now, Taylor Bruce. Beautiful delivery. Now just willing it to stop. All it needs to do is stop. See this clear wanting it to turn.
Yes.
Good bowl.
I want to get a set of bowls, Alex, that actually move when I wave at it.
Why not?
People wave and yell at their bowls, and we all do. Yeah, good back bowl.
So we see this crossover. So 13-8 is the score, just as a reminder. And clear here on her forehand side. Down to the weight, she's got the green right, but I think the weight not quite. Probably a result of the mat being pulled all the way up, I think, there, just getting that correction on the weight.
Yep.
So we see Phoebe on the backhand side, looking to promote her own bowl onto the head. Just that bowl narrow. This beautiful weight that she played that with and set through. A good shot now, and you can see the head for Hong Kong much better than it was a bowl ago.
Yes. So Claire playing the same shot with an adjustment.
On that forehand side, sit down, good shot there from Claire Hendra. And Phoebe just playing the same bowl again, really, isn't it? Just to
Yes.
make a correction on the green.
Yes, she's trying to make connection with her other bowl.
On the backhand. Oh, I've seen her look happier with bowls that she's played.
Yeah, it's not one of her better ones. She has played well today, though.
For sure. That one was one that came out of her hand, and we just could see immediately that she wasn't happy with how it had been released. Still a third bowl to salvage. That's the cool thing about pairs. You see so many good third bowls as the players get 3 bowls to correct. Claire Hendra, you heard Taylor say we'll get this one clear. So just giving a bit of support to her skip.
So Claire just needs to take, same line, take a couple of feet off. Just looks a better bowl. Just looks a better bowl. Ooh, yeah, it is. It's a great bowl.
Great shot. So we see the last chance here on this end for Hong Kong to score. Her first bowl was good, her second bowl not so much. How's the third one going to be? Came out good.
There's a bit of danger here. She's trying to knock the orange bowl up, but it's surrounded by all the New Zealand bowls.
A little bit wide. You feel like this game, I don't want to say it's slipping away from Hong Kong, but there's been 2 or 3 key points, isn't there? We saw an end where Claire, 2 ends where Claire's turned it around, and even that end, that was a chance for Hong Kong to score some points. Wasn't to be.
Yeah, well, the last 2 ends they've had a chance to make some numbers, and Claire and Taylor have put in some excellent bowls and got control of the mat. And we are continuing on adding ends, so we're now on end 12. No, this will be end 13. Coming from the clubhouse end, it has to be an odd number. It'll be 13.
So we're on end 13 now.
Yeah, odd numbers coming up this way. So.
And yeah, 13-8 is the score. Oh, we'll wait and see. We'll keep our eyes peeled. There'll be a scoreboard somewhere. As long as the players have remembered to...
Oh, they've got a card. They've got the official card.
To update it. It'll be fine.
There's a great bowl by Taylor, toucher.
Just look in the background and a shot or two.
Yeah, no, there's a scoreboard up the other end.
My eyes were good enough, I'd just be able to look out the window.
Yeah, no, I know there is because I put all the country signs up on them before.
Although I have very strong glasses, they don't quite work.
Let's have a look.
Oh, the scoreboard being updated now, so I think there's just been some players keep forgetting to do it. 15-8 is the score to New Zealand after 12 ends, so this is the 13th one, 15-8. And extending that lead to 7 points. It's good. If you are a New Zealand fan, they've never really... They were behind after the first end. Great shot from Taylor Bruce. The Kiwis behind after end 1, picked up a 5, and they haven't really been more than sort of within 4 points of the Hong Kong team.
So Phyllis on her forehand. That's the drawing side of the green. You would expect this bowl to cut across the head, and it does.
So we see another big end really for the New Zealand team. They've had some crunchy moments which they've come out of nicely. And that'll for sure give them a bit of confidence, I think, going forward in this competition as well.
Look, there's been some pressure moments where the game could have gone either way, and Claire's played some great pressure bowls.
After this end, I will give updates to how they went in the first round as well, which of course everything can be found on Bowls Link, which is everywhere really. You're almost hard not to find the results for this multi-nations event if you go to either of the countries' websites, Bowls New Zealand, Bowls Australia. I presume the countries participating in their websites will have links as well.
Yes.
All ends up at Bowls Hub, or Bowls Link, sorry, my New Zealander thing.
Flop off that, and what a great bowl.
Great shot there from Claire Hendra on the backhand. Playing well. And really studying this one hard. Hong Kong will feel like they need to score this end if they can. They're 7 down, and there's 4 ends to go after this. So the required run rate, if you will, is still at the maybe 2-ish. Because if you presume you're going to lose one end between now and then, you probably need sort of up
and that's hard in 3 bowl pairs to get to an end.
Here we go on the back end side. Jeez. This is the holding hand, isn't it, Harold?
Yep. She's got a wick and nearly came in.
A good end here building for the New Zealanders. Clear on the back end side.
I thought Claire may have put another bowl around the back of the head then. I mean, they're holding 3. And at this stage of the game, just a bit more insurance. Phoebe runs the jack here. No.
Oh,
she's got a wick. She's got the shot.
A slice of heaven there.
No, she hasn't got the shot. It's close.
Yeah, just past at that 6 o'clock mark. Yeah, so there's that conversation about going past, I think, here.
Yeah. They've just got to make sure they play at this stage of the game 15-8 up after 12 ends. They just need to make sure they play correct position, cover all possibilities. So if you could put a bowl around the back near those 2 orange Hong Kong bowls.
In a good spot still, says Taylor Bruce.
No, that's a good bowl. That is a great bowl.
So what's Hong Kong looking for here, do you think?
Well, they need to make numbers. I mean, 7 down, 6 ends to go after this. They need to pick up at least 1 more. Just trying to see how they could pick up.
We know a kill goes on the respot.
Goes
so
on the spot.
You can't even go a kill to restart.
I think the only option would be to... It looks like she's going to play backhand.
Interesting.
No, forehand. No, I was going to say the only option is to a soft draw on the forehand for another shot without moving the jack. She's gone with a bit more weight than I thought.
Yeah, you just get the feeling this game's slipping away from the Hong Kong pairing.
Another good jack roll right to the tee. See if Taylor can follow it up with a bowl on the jack.
Yeah, that's the next trick, isn't it? Once you've thrown the jack well, you go, right, well, I ticked that off my list. Now I need to get a bowl nearby.
This is a good bowl. Just going to finish behind the jack. It is a good bowl. Very good bowl.
We see here Taylor played a brilliant shot, finish 6 o'clock to the jack. See the score now 18-8 to New Zealand, so 10 in front with 5 to go. They're beginning to feel, I mean, you're never comfortable, but probably like they're in control of this match.
Oh, definitely in control. And they've got the mat, so if they can keep winning ends, they only have to get one to keep the mat. One shot to get the mat.
And look at this, Taylor Bruce on the backhand side.
Brilliant bowl. Brilliant bowl.
Great stuff. 2 bowls very, very close. And under massive pressure now, the Hong Kong pairing. I said I was going to read out some results, so I will. It's just occurred to me that I didn't. So the women's pairs, of course, being played here at Club Helensvale. I can tell you that in the first round, Norfolk Island defeated Australia Green 17 points to 15.
A big win.
Big win there, yes, definitely. I think I see Carmen Anderson is skipping for them.
Yeah.
She won I feel like she won a Commonwealth Games.
Yeah, it's
gold
good
about
bowler.
20 years ago, and still as good as ever. Ireland defeated Queensland 20 points to 13. Australia Yellow defeated New Zealand 23 points to 17. So Claire and Taylor lost their first game by 6.
Yep.
And of course, lastly, South Africa defeated Hong Kong, who we see here 15 points to 13 in that first round of 7 that they will play over the multi-nations. So
Yep.
interesting how those games started off. And what a good bowl there from, well, it is a good bowl. It's unfortunate though for Hong Kong that Taylor's played 3 brilliant bowls, because you just need to tap that and the jack pops back. You'd call it a temporary one, isn't it? You're briefly holding the shot.
Yeah, it's unlikely that that's going to stay there at this level. Claire's got 3 bowls and we know what she's going to do. She's going to draw onto the shot bowl that's resting on the jack.
Looking to pop it back, and the jack going directly almost to that back left, or the furthest back bowl.
Just under.
And look at this weight now, look at the weight that this bowl's finished at.
Weight's perfect for that shot.
It's kinetic energy, isn't it? Because if the jack is touching the bowl, the weight transfer is going to be almost exactly the weight that you put into it. So I suspect that Hong Kong knows where the danger is.
Yeah, they'll try and put a bowl around the back. They'll try and split these bowls.
Here we go.
If that comes between those 2 bowls, that'll be a great bowl.
If it needs 2 more revolutions.
Oh, it's a fraction short.
Just short, so the jack is going to 7 o'clock
Claire needs
on
to
your
go.
screen.
Claire needs to go a little bit wider, a little bit more grass, even if she's a bit wider, because she's got another bowl out on that side that she can come off. She's got that orange bowl that she can come off.
She's close here, Harold. She's close here.
Oh,
What
a great try.
She was close.
Great try.
It's a beautiful effort. If anything, perhaps slightly overplayed, but a connection's a connection, isn't it?
Yep.
See.
Oh, it's the old golfing. The old golfing motto, Nick. If you're not up, you're not in. So no good leaving it a foot short.
Absolutely. Here we go on the forehand side. Phoebe. So looking just to.
Yeah, she's just overweight here. Be in the ditch.
Yeah, it's a poor bowl really. Claire Hendrick and just a full connection here, and I hope they don't make lies of us, because we said that when that shot was drawn that it would be a temporary one. So I think for our commentators,
Well,
credibility, I need Claire Hendrick to connect here.
Yeah.
Please, Claire.
However, one down at this stage of the game is
still okay.
Is more than acceptable.
Claire on the backhand. She's in the area. Oh, she may have found that same gap again.
Same hole. Yep.
Well, I meant a permanent one when I was talking about that bowl. And surely the bonus will be on the forehand here, because we know this. It's so dangerous to play that backhand side if you are Hong Kong. You tap the jack, it's going to spring away. So you would think the forehand is the call. Yeah, good call. Good call.
Come down and have a look.
I think that's the best idea. So if we look at that head there, Harold,
Yeah.
if you play the backhand side, but just to the left, of course, or to the right now, it's so easy to pop the jack back. You're just going to go down, aren't you?
Go down 4, perhaps.
If they play the backhand, it's brave. I think they might.
Well, they're looking well.
So talk us through the logic here.
Well, you've got a number of things to take into account. The situation of the head, obviously. The scoreboard, they're 10 down. Ends are on end 14 of 18. So they have to make numbers. It's no good playing safe. So I think what they're talking about is how they can make another number. Not so much the danger of the shot.
And that would be worth 3 if they play through that bowl.
Yep.
Fair enough. So it's in and around. So they've essentially said we're either going to have a chance of winning the game here or we've lost it.
Go for the win.
Yep, I like that.
Always go for the win.
She's playing the forehand.
Yep.
But that was a good logic for the backhand shot.
Yep.
So we'll see what can happen. So Hong Kong does need more than 1 for sure. They trail 8-18. And the forehand is the call here.
No, it's on that flatter side of the rink.
Holding hand.
Yeah.
1 to Hong Kong. So 9-18 now. On the 15th end.
So Hong Kong now with the scoreboard 18 to 9. We're on end 15. So we've got, including this end, we've got 4 ends to go. They need to have some sort of tactic. How can they make some multiple shots? One tactic might be everything behind the head. This one's not going to be, it's going to be shorter than, but everything behind the head, and hopefully Phoebe can run the jack back and make numbers. I don't think they're going to make numbers by being short of the head.
As the jack's always moving back.
It's going to come back. I've seen it go forward, but very, very rarely. Bounce off a bowl and go forward.
I've seen it done in a couple of funny times. I was playing at an event when I was a junior, which is 1 to 8 years in New Zealand, not under 18. And there's a skip that had been, it's fair to say, less than pleased with his team for having short bowls all the time. So the one end they put 4 bowls past head, and it was 2 bowl triples, and he put 2 bowls past head, and the opposition skip drove, bounced the jack back up the ranking. I think he dropped a 6. Very funny. Well, it was funny for the people on the adjacent ends.
So the jack went to where all of those bad bowls were all the other ends.
Absolutely.
This one's being knocked up as well.
Good value. Taylor, this is interesting here. So Hong Kong too close. Taylor there had right weight because we saw she cannoned the Hong Kong bowl up to just about jack level, but a bit narrow, and a chance for a number here for Hong Kong. I mean, it's not, the game isn't gone, is it?
Almost.
It's nearly gone, but not quite.
No, you're always in it till the end.
Oh,
always
dear.
in it. Oh. No, but if it goes past, okay, it's wide, but it's past. So given the game situation, Taylor needs to put a bowl around the back of the jack. As long as it stays on the rink, it needs to be behind.
So on the forehand here, Taylor Bruce.
What a great shot. What a great bowl.
How good was that?
What a great bowl.
You know, after the first 2 in particular, just to go bang, I've drawn the shot. And that's another time in this game where the New Zealanders, every time there's just even been a sniff for the Hong Kong team, there seems to have been a response.
Yep, it's good pressure bowling.
Great shot from Taylor Bruce, really. So we see the Hong Kong skip make her way back to the mat. I should also mention, if you are, well, for the ones that are watching, that there are a number of spam links going around, and you find that with all broadcasts now on all live streams, all bowls things, lots of spam links. So please, you're watching it on YouTube, this is the only place you're ever going to find a Bowls New Zealand broadcast. If it seems fishy, it is. If you've been asked to pay money, don't. It's just these people who've got not much better to do with their time than create cloned pages and spam links everywhere. We had a few this morning, and it's frustrating to watch. So please spread the word. The only place you can find the coverage is on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel, which is where you're watching it right now. You will never be asked to pay. It will never be anywhere else.
So Claire on her backhand, drawing up.
Wonder how the triples are going.
On the backhand side, Claire Hendra.
What a great bowl.
This is very close here.
Wonderful bowl.
Beautiful. Beautiful. That's good stuff. There's a bowl gap there. You could go between the oranges, take out the two. Maybe not.
And
getting a bit adventurous.
As I was saying at the start of this end, if Hong Kong had to put all of their bowls behind, they've got an option, but they've got nothing behind.
It's amazing the difference
So,
that it does make.
Yeah, Phoebe's now got to try and still to
Set it up enough, but not quite. So for third shot, New Zealand looking pretty good here. I note the rest of the greens finished, so we must be getting close to time. Do you remember the time limit off the top of your head, Harold?
No, it's normally, look, I don't know. I think it's normally 2.25 hours.
Yeah.
It depends where, all the other greens are done.
Yeah, we'll hear if the time is done, because there's a very loud horn.
Yeah.
And often, I don't know if there's a clock to see, but we may not even get to the full 18 ends here. There has been lots of consultation really from both teams, to be fair, with their rinkside coach and all that sort of stuff. So it wouldn't be surprising. And of course, if the time limit is coming close, it's even more dire straits for Hong Kong, isn't it?
Yeah, I think they've got 10 minutes left, so they're probably going to finish this in another end.
It's the most weight we've seen the Hong Kong
it's
play with, and she's underneath the line there by a margin.
Let's draw another one. There's no real danger. It's only going back, and we're the furthest back.
So I suppose for Hong Kong, because it's a qualifying situation, isn't it? So they play X amount of games. For Hong Kong now, the rest of the game is mitigating the number of points that they lose by.
Yes, yep.
In case it comes to a count-back situation.
You've got to keep the margin to as low as you can. So play at every end, try and get as many shots as you can. This is it's not going to get around.
Just about. But two there to the New Zealand team. And they're into not double figures, but into 20 now. 20 points to 9. Then Hong Kong yet to reach double figures. On this, the 15th end, 16th end, 156th end. It's a lot.
It's been a long game.
There we go. Has to see the mat pulled up and the jack delivered, sort of just a few feet short of the 2 metre.
It's a very good line for that side of the green. Yeah, a bit of my local knowledge.
Perfect. Perfect. As we see the Hong Kong lead, Phyllis Wong on the backhand side.
Yeah, I think she's going to sit this bowl, or is she going to go under it? Just under.
Option 2. A very good game it has been to watch. High quality really. I think probably 20 points to 9. Hong Kong may feel a little bit hard done by that 11-point difference. There was some really big bowls from Claire Hendra.
Yeah, I think it's a fair reflection of the game.
sort of the difference between having the head sitting nicely for you, I suppose,
Yeah.
and not.
Yeah, and a big part of the game is to save shots and convert shots, and Claire and Taylor have done that very well.
So we see.
That one's going to drop under again as
Yeah,
well.
it's a poor
She
bowl.
just hasn't got the line on that side of the green.
If they're not careful, Hong Kong could drop quite a few points in the next two ends.
Yep.
See that camera angle there. Taylor Bruce on the back end, really settling into her work. Certainly, she's got
There's a lovely line on that side of the green. A lovely line.
It's essentially a perfect delivery that Taylor Bruce does have, and when she finds her line length, she'll do that for you all day, every day. 3 bowls within.
It's what you
a
want.
Foot and a half.
It's what you want off your lead.
No, absolutely. Couldn't ask for much better. And are we going to see aggression here? It looked like she was sort of maybe just getting her grip right.
Yeah, look, in 3-bowl pairs, it's nothing wrong in a situation like this, playing the lead, playing some weight, and a good shot. I think she's got shot there.
Yeah, it worked
Good
out well.
bowl by Phyllis. So, Alex, what shot are we going to play here?
Well, that's a very good question. I mean, you've talked about the scoreboard, you're 20 points to 9. I think it's probably quite important. This is where you'd almost talk to your rank coach, like how much do you need to get that shot differential up for section play, given that New Zealand we dropped that first game to the Australia team. So I like this call. It doesn't really matter what hand you play it on either.
She needs to make connection with one or both of the bowls.
Oh, goodness gracious.
A bit more than that, though.
How did she manage that? So I think attacking is the call.
Yep.
We know that the jack is respotted on the 2 metre mark. There's only one Hong Kong bowl there. So if you hit it away, it doesn't matter if you've moved your own bowls, you're still more likely to have shots on the 2. So I think we'll see an aggressive end here from New Zealand. And the reverse is true for Hong Kong. Really, they need to just try and mitigate the damage. You're 11 down, 2 to go. With this hit, it's unlikely that Hong Kong is going to, super duper unlikely that they're going to win this game. So it's just about trying to score a point.
Yep, just narrow the margin as much as they possibly can.
Absolutely. Claire Hendry now, slightly different weight to play because that bowl did finish in the line.
She was after that shot bowl with that weight.
Phoebe on the back end. They must be getting close to that, the horn sounding.
Yeah, I think they may get the jack away. They may get the mat down. Oh, 9-minute warning. Okay, so they'll get...
It's like they heard me say something.
So they'll obviously get this end in and another end, and...
That's fantastic there, so 9 minutes. So,
yeah,
one end to go. This is end 16, of course, so probably get the penultimate end in, and it'll be real scratchy for the final one. Usually, what, 6.5 minutes, 7 minutes an end, would you say, Harold?
Something like that. 3 bowl pairs is usually quite quick. Unlike 4-bowl pairs, 4-bowl pairs you're walking up and down 3 times. 3-bowl pairs you're just walking once.
Yeah, we call it because it's your 4-bowl pairs is quite a common Australian thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
We call it Aussie pairs or walking pairs in New Zealand, and it's not played very often.
We say that. People say, "What are we playing?" We say 2 and walk.
Willing this bowl down, it's not going to work. So 1 to Hong Kong there, and at double figures they go, 10 points to 20, and their job now really is to try and score as many points as they can, get that diff down, because it's not post-section play yet, this is still section play, so they qualify out of their sections.
Yeah, margins, in a lot of the events, margins will definitely come into it.
Absolutely, makes a difference. We have the jack thrown to wherever the jack is thrown to. A couple of feet up from the 2 metre mark and long end here, really. The only game left on the green.
Yeah, it's well short.
Taylor on that forehand side, the hand that turns a bit more.
Yeah, it's well out. It gets around, it's going to be great. No, it's going to duck under.
Oh, those bowls hurt. Because it's a pretty well played bowl, really, but you've ended up actually making the situation worse than it was. Peter Bella's still there, been watching this entire game. This bowl here.
Yeah, Skip Phoebe likes it, it's clapping.
See, that's great communication there between Taylor and Claire. She said, "Claire, I can't see the jack, can you give me a foot, please?" So just totally comfortable. And Claire giving a indication. Pass. Now, I remember having a conversation with an Australian. So in New Zealand, when we're talking about jack high, level and low, that's a jack high bowl for us because it's past the jack, so it'd be high. And then if it's level with the jack, we'd call it jack level. And then if it's short of the jack, it's jack low.
Right.
Is that how it works for you guys?
No, we don't use those terms. We'll say your jack high or your level. We'll make a movement with our arm to say that it's level.
Jack high is synonymous with level for you.
Yeah, jack high means the bowl is level with the jack.
Okay.
And then past, we'll just say past. Yeah, you're a foot over or a foot past. And short, we've normally turned our back to the lead and shake our head and do all those histrionic things.
Oh, fair enough. I can remember.
No, we don't do that.
It just occurred to me because I remember talking to Selena Goddard, who spent some time over here playing bowls. Yeah. And we were talking about jack level and jack high and jack low and all that sort of thing, and it confused her greatly when she moved here, because if you tell a New Zealander that they're jack high, we'll think we're past it.
No,
whereas
jack high here means you're level with the jack.
Yeah, I can see how that would be confusing.
Yeah.
I'm glad we cleared that up, Harold. That's good.
And talking about people that have come over here and played from New Zealand, Shannon McElroy was playing here in our BPL and in our Premier League. And was playing in the Wednesday night bowls that I run on a Wednesday night. Shannon was. I think he's gone back home now. Well, how did he go? I matched him against Nathan Rice a few weeks ago, and Nathan Rice came in from the top green and berated me and said, "How come I've got to play all these international players?" I said, "How did you go, Nathan?" He said, "I won by 20.
I'm sorry that I asked.
Yeah. No, Shannon's a great bowler and a real asset to our club.
We see the Hong Kong team. Really, they're just it's not that they've played poorly, but just not quite as effective. If we looked at the code that the coach has been doing, I think we'd see just that effective bowl level.
Yeah.
A bit different. Clear Hendra on the forehand. Taylor just ascertaining what the situation is. Clear. Oh,
nearly
just
knocked
about
another one in.
slicing the orange bowl in. Just a bit of a loose bowl there from Clear. A rare one, really. We had the 9-minute warning a while ago.
Yeah, 7 minutes ago.
About 7 minutes ago. So it'll be
I
interesting.
think there's a couple of ends. They might get the jack away for the next end, or they may not.
Here we go. Hong Kong skip looking to promote the orange bowl into the head
She's
for
done
one.
that. She's done that.
Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. That's really well played there. And Claire now has to be on the backhand side herself. I don't know what that was. Someone.
She wouldn't be grumpy anyway, you're fine.
That's good from
it'll be her.
just listening to the well, we don't have play mics, but we can hear on the camera. You probably can't hear it on the broadcast, but Harold and I can, and Taylor just explained it was probably the Hong Kong player just moved a little bit when Claire was ready to play bowl. And the Hong Kong player went, I'm sorry, and Taylor said, don't worry about it, it's fine, it's all good, no one's going to be too fast.
No, got to keep very still.
It's mortifying when you forget, isn't it, every now and then?
Oh, look, it affects some people, it doesn't affect others. Me personally, I could have a German band march in front of me. Once I'm on the mat, I'm fine.
For the one down.
So Taylor thinks that Hong Kong is holding one shot here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't change Claire's bowl, does it really?
No. She's still playing backhand to the jack.
I wish we had like a countdown clock would really add some drama to this to see if they could get the extra end in. Claire on the back end, and are they going to get the next end up, the last end up in time before the hooter goes? Claire short here, I think, so it's going to be how fast can the Hong Kong lead move. Sometimes she's got the match, she's ready to go. Take the one, and at some pace, mat down, straightened up, and the jack delivered. There we go, she's made it.
Jack's got to be out of her hand, and it is.
She's made it in time. It can be quite comical to watch if you're not involved at players trying to get the jack up in time. But we did get that last end in here. They've used the full time limit. And in an unbeatable position are the New Zealand team, 20 points to 11. And like you said, Harold, I think probably a fair reflection of this game. Both teams have played well, but New Zealand just that little bit better.
They've had their moments. I think the New Zealand girls have been... I've had more bowls from Taylor in the head. I think she's been probably a little more consistent than Phyllis leading, and Claire certainly has played some great conversion shots and saving shots.
And the players right into their work, really.
Yeah, good bowl. That's not a train going past, everyone.
Don't panic. See the Hong Kong player just underneath the line there a little bit.
Just improving the New Zealand bowl.
So I suppose, yeah, as we said, it is section play, so for both these teams, you still have to try and stay focused, and it's quite a good challenge. I quite enjoyed it as a player, and not that I've ever played international bowls, but at other levels, when you're in an unbeatable position one way or the other, it's quite a good personal challenge to stay focused. You think to yourself, look, I still want to play well here.
Yes.
And I figure if you can do it, then you can do it at any time. It's the same as you practice when you're tired after work or whatever.
Yep.
If you can play well in that space, it sort of should give you some leeway for other times.
Well, it's also momentum into the next game.
Absolutely. You don't really, if you switch it off, can you turn it back on again? Is the other question, isn't it?
You know, if you finish with a 3 or a 4, it's a positive finish, isn't it?
We see Taylor here, her last bowl of the second round of the multi-nations, and the first one was better than the last one. She showed a bit of frustration there.
Yeah, first bowl was good, still holding shot.
So on that crossover now. rapidly near the end of this game, and upon the completion of this game, we will give you some highlights from this and also tell you what's coming up next. We're going to get a little break. There's probably enough time for a cup of tea and a biscuit, I would say, in between this game and the next one. And of course, I'd remind our New Zealand viewers that there is a 3-hour difference between Australia and New Zealand, and the broadcast times are subject to that 3 hours. So just add 3 hours. If we say 12, it may mean 3 for you guys. It's actually brilliant for the early mornings, Harold. I quite enjoyed it this morning. Got up at 6 o'clock, but it felt like a sleeping.
Yeah. It was a great line. She's just a little bit overweight, but the line was perfect.
It's safer down here.
Safer down here, says Taylor Bruce. So switching clear to the forehand side. How's the weight here from Claire Hendra? Just playing a bit short. It feels like that. It just feels like an end where the players are just
the last end. It's the last end.
New Zealand can't lose. Hong Kong can't win. Let's play the bowls. Move on.
I'm confident that both these girls will put some good bowls in to finish off.
Cool. It sounds like a good bit of commentary to me, Harold. We'll see. We'll see how accurate you are.
I'm confident.
Backhand. This is close.
Hit that bowl. It's going to be good.
Oh, just about to say what a great piece of commentary that was.
Yeah. I'm sure Claire will adjust from her last bowl. She's got good grass. It's all about the weight. It'll drop in on this green on that side. Come on.
Oh, maybe the last 2 bowls. So here we go. Phoebe with her last bowl of this game. Round 2, pairs match. On the backhand, down on the head. Looking to score and narrow that margin. Out real good of her hand. How long is it going to hold up for? It's the swinging side. It's the swinging hand. Trying to hold up onto the bowl. Just rocking it. That wasn't far away. And now Claire Hendra with her last bowl.
Plenty of room for Claire to draw another shot here.
So that's the last bowl there, and with that draws to a conclusion this game, the second round game, women's pairs between Hong Kong and New Zealand. Stay tuned though, because we're going to come back with the men's singles match between Andrew Kelly of New Zealand and the Irish men's singles player, I think at about 2:45 Australian time, 2:45 Australian time, so add 3 hours to that. New Zealand, it's something to have or to watch before dinner. So stay tuned, come back in 15 to 20 minutes to watch that, but in the meantime, sit back, relax and enjoy some highlights from that match.
there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on, we're moving on. I know times
Hello and welcome back to the Bowls New Zealand YouTube coverage of the 2023 Multi-Nations event, broadcasting live from Club Helensvale today. What is my name, Harold? My name's Alex. My name's Alex Reid. Thank you.
My name's Alex.
And I'm joined today by Harold Wilkinson. And what we're going to watch after that, we watch the second round of the women's pairs. This round 3, we're watching the men's singles, New Zealand versus Ireland. So that means we're watching New Zealand's Andrew Kelly, also known as Potter, in the background there, and he's taking on the Irish player Adam McEwen. And what do we expect to see from this game, do you think, Harold?
Well, I'm not too sure. I know Andrew Kelly's an excellent bowler. I think he won his first game this morning against one of the Australian players, did he?
Well, he was winning,
He
and
was.
then he didn't.
Oh, he didn't. Oh, sorry, I didn't get the final result. And I'm not too sure about Adam, but singles, you never know.
Yeah, so Andrew Kelly won his singles game just before 21-5 against Hong Kong, and Ireland defeated South Africa 20 points to 18. So two contrasting games there. It'll be interesting to see how long it takes Andrew Kelly to warm up into this game. 21 points to 5. That would have been over and done with in not that many ends, I think.
Yeah. And this is the second end. First end, Adam McEwen from Ireland got 2 shots, so he's 2 shots up, as you can see on the scoreboard. Both players have similar coloured bowls.
Yeah, so we're almost going back to the old days, but in reverse, aren't we? Because instead of them being black bowls, they're both white.
White, yeah.
So we'll just have to just keep an eye on the...
Look for the stickers
ends,
on the
yeah.
side. Adam's got the green stickers, and Andrew Kelly's obviously got the black stickers, so we'll try and keep our eye on the stickers.
That tracks, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Now, it's interesting as we see this bowl here on the forehand side. Flag-wise, because obviously there's Ireland and Northern Ireland, the flag that their Bowls Association uses is the one that we've used, which I think is that's the St George's
Cross of St George.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's what their Bowls Association uses. It doesn't necessarily reflect which island they're from. We found that when we had the World Champion of Champions singles here.
Yeah.
There was much confusion, but that's the one that their Bowls Association uses, because when they compete at the Commonwealth Games, of course, it sort of is whatever. Anyway, just in case anyone was wondering about that, that's why we've used that flag on the board. Please don't get grumpy at us as we see Adam here on his forehand side. He's quickly into his work, isn't he?
He is.
So no mucking around at all on the mat, and he's chasing his 4th bowl up, and this is why. Oh, just falling slightly short there.
Andrew just asking our marker, Tim Canane, one of our bowlers here, one of our club members. Very good bowler, Tim, and good marker as well.
That's what you find, don't you, with good bowlers make good markers, because they understand what the questions are.
What the questions are and what's asked, and they just give the response that's required. They don't add any more to it.
So Andrew Kelly switching to his backhand side now. So the jack is right in the middle of the screen. That bowl that's sitting flat in the middle of the screen, the jack's a few inches to the 12 o'clock of that. Andrew Kelly here on the backhand looking for an inside out or anything. He may have stopped for 2 anyway. Yeah, 2 there.
Yep. Good bowl by Andrew.
I have a feeling it's going to be a good game of singles to watch. Oh.
Andrew suggesting 2. Adam looking
2.5. See.
We'll soon see. Timmy will hold up the paddles.
We've got the ITO there. Just having a look. Don't trip over the camera. Careful. It's panic stations. So the ITO just saying the ITO is the one that should be on the rink.
Everyone else hop off the rink.
I think he thinks they're the same bowl. No, we've seen the... oh, there we go. So just some conversation. It's got the pedals, of course, so the blue one's the New Zealand team. You can see on the top left of your screen. And the red pedals for Ireland. That's the ITO. So talk us through this chocking thing. Is that common? Like if a bowl's not sitting flat, do you
the
chock?
bowl's not sitting flat, you've got to chock the bowl. Now it looks to me like the ITO is going to use a laser measure here.
Ooh.
He's just put in front of Andrew's bowl, he's just put a reflector. So he'll put the laser on the jack and pointed to on the bowl and pointed towards the reflector on the bowl and get a measurement. and then he'll swap it around and see how it goes.
That's cool. So unlike the sonic measure in the 1984 World Singles Final, the umpire has put the batteries in.
Yes, although like 1984, they did a laser measure in one of the BPLs a couple of BPLs ago, and it was an absolute disaster. And so out come the string measure, and it worked perfectly.
Oh, the old.
But
the
it's
old
new
favourite.
technology, and it is the way of the future. I'm sure that the technology will improve as time. He's rolled out Andrew's bowl for a third shot.
It is fascinating, isn't it, how long that the string measure has persisted for. You know, probably 150 years we've had the same measuring system. Because it's quick, I think the speed for me is what is the difference.
Yeah, absolutely.
For, you know, a cigarette paper's accuracy, you can
Yeah.
just get it over and done with in 30 seconds.
Yeah. I've actually got a laser measure, and I've got what's called an umpire's laser measure, and what happens is you put my measure on the bowl and point it at the jack, and then you make the laser go back and forward across the face of the jack, and it gives you a minimum and maximum reading in case it's not quite square.
Oh, cool.
So it's very accurate. This laser measure that this ITA is using is a different one, and he's measuring from the jack to a reflector in the front of the bowl.
I'd imagine that the laser measure would have a bigger application for those, you know, when you see the long string measures where you have two people and it takes a long time.
Yeah.
That'd be a space where a laser measure would be really helpful to
Yeah,
have.
it would be. There are some misgivings. I know when I've used it, there are some misgivings with the laser measure though, and that is when I've done a laser measure, I've had to ask one of the players to hold my hat over the laser because I can't see the reading because of the sunlight. Never had that problem with the string measure.
Oh dear.
But I can see down track it being developed, and things like there may be a sensor in the jack and maybe in each of the bowls, and there may be an app on your phone, and you might be able to go, you know, I'm sort of talking down track.
No, there's certainly some cool applications.
Yeah.
There's new laws coming out. Ironically, I can't believe it's on April Fool's Day, but on April Fool's Day they do come out, these new laws, and we did a podcast with our head of umpires in New Zealand, Michael Johnson, because we've updated our domestic regulations as well, and I was talking about one of the updates we've done is that electronic devices are allowed on a green if it's something to do with bowls, sort of thing.
Yeah.
So you can code yourself and not get in trouble, etc.
Yeah.
But you can buy, or you can get apps for pétanque that have been developed in France that you hold your phone over top of the head and it makes sure it's perfectly level and it takes a picture.
Yep.
And it counts the pixels between the jack and the bowl as
Wow.
an indication. I
Yep.
said to him, well, is there any rule that would stop me, like taking my phone out of my pocket and using that? And he said, well, at the moment, no, there's not, because it's not defined as a measuring device. So it's interesting. It'd just be interesting to see how that space develops, and certainly there's going to be some head scratches and some new rules are going to need to be written, I think, to keep with the times.
Do you mean using your phone like before you're actually deciding on shots at the end? Do you
Yes, yeah.
Well, I think I'm not sure whether that's. I think there is rules that says you're not allowed to measure until the end's finished.
So then the question is, what's a measuring device?
Well, there was a situation the other day where someone was putting their foot between the jack and the bowl on both sides to get an idea, and they were told, no, you're measuring, so please don't do it.
It's
So
interesting, isn't it?
I don't know. It's going to be all down to interpretation.
Andrew Kelly here. So this whole green have been playing at the other end of the club, haven't they? Is that right? There's different people, because we haven't seen the men's singles here
No,
yet.
they've been up the top green.
And Andrew Kelly looks like you can see the black sticker on that bowl to 9 o'clock.
Yeah, that's his.
Probably a slightly cleaner bowl, would you say? It looks almost like a cleaner bowl, eh? Like a more solid white.
The other one's a speckledy coloured bowl. It's a toucher. Good bowl by Andrew.
Team Ireland makes his way back down.
So this singles game is first one to reach 21 shots.
Just passing through that bowl, so I think that's going to be at least another 2 to Andrew Kelly, that bowl on the jack and the one that sits at 9 o'clock to it. And it's going to be a game played at some pace, I feel. Certainly from Andrew, if no one else. He just sort of hops on the mat and you blink and the bowl's going up the green. So you've got a dedicated scoreboard operator there.
Another club member, Rod Moore, here from Club Helensvale, doing the scoreboard. So we do that for all the singles. We have a dedicated marker and a dedicated scoreboard attendant for these international games.
It's quite nice to have international bowls sort of back with a bit of a bang now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Particularly with the, I know it's another, you got the World Championships at the end in September.
September up here, yes.
We'll blink and there'll be some other bits and pieces, I'm sure.
Well, we've got the Australian Open here starting on the 10th of June, which is a massive bowls event.
Look at this here from Andrew Kelly.
Oh, good bowl by
Feather
Andrew.
of the jack.
Tim giving it a spray.
Yeah, very good bowler, Andrew Kelly. Won our New Zealand singles a few years ago, 3 years ago. I'll explain for viewers who aren't from New Zealand, but when we talk about our New Zealand nationals, probably the closest thing would be your Australian Open. It's on a slightly smaller scale, but it's an absolutely open event to anyone affiliated to, well, actually it's open to anyone. It's run by Bowls New Zealand. So in our singles, for example, we get a few hundred entries in our men's singles, and it's just an open field. Anyone can enter from a club bowler all the way through. And they've been going for about 120 years. So it's sort of it's considered, if you win a New Zealand championship, that's sort of the highlight of our domestic calendar. Andrew Kelly won one of those. On the trail now. That's
Good bowl by Andrew. Just changing the head, moving the jack back.
Very steady bowler, Andrew Kelly. Another one who's sort of been in and out of the New Zealand side for the last 10 or 15 years, but really solidifying a spot now. Was very good, very young. This is Adam.
Just on the backhand. Lovely line. Just going to fall a little short.
2-1. Over 1, mate, measure for 2.
Note that Andrew Kelly's delivery is very precise, sort of very grooved. He's quite one of our more deliberate bowlers, I would say.
It's a very compact action, and what I like about his delivery is he's very still. There's not a lot of moving parts, which means he'll get very good repetition on each bowl.
It's sort of the opposite in some ways to the way that Adam McEwen seems to play. And I don't know Adam as a bowler, but Andrew takes his time on the mat, very precise. You know, you considered Adam, and look at this shot here from Adam onto the jack, just leaving it behind. Hops on the mat, straight through it. That Northern Hemisphere, you know, you're walking through the bowl, doesn't muck around. Sort of contrasting styles at this stage.
Has a lot more. Adam has a lot more moving parts to his delivery, but very smooth, very good delivery.
Very much a Northern Hemisphere look, isn't it?
Yes.
They have they play, of course, up there, and you saw it in the Commonwealth Games on sort of a 12-second green if it's running quick, if you're lucky. So they need to be moving through their bowl.
Yes. Well, the Australian team for the Commonwealth Games went up to Mount Tamborine, which is 20 kilometres away from here, and they tripped up the greens to run at 10 seconds to train.
Yes.
And before they went up there, they were actually training on a croquet green, which was running at about 10 seconds. So,
yeah, we had a Trans-Tasman at Mount Tamborine prior to the Commonwealth Games that I was lucky enough to attend. And on one of the days, I had some time off, and I thought, I'll have a go. I'll play a bowl and see. And I thought, I know it's slow, so I'll play a run shot and see if I can. Surely I'll just make it past there. And I would have been 3 metres short.
you have to drive to get it to the end.
Unless you've played on a slow green, you don't understand what a slow green is. And you hear people winch, you go, it was a 12-second green. You would know. It's just, you can't explain and how much has to go behind it.
And the slow greens, the bowl looks okay a quarter of the way down, and then the brakes come on.
Yep, no, I found it. I didn't. I spent probably 40 minutes trying, and I would have had 2 bowls past the head. I think it was an education, so I thought I'll stick to the commentary as we see this bowl here. This could get unlucky.
Oh, that's not good.
Danger of hitting that bowl square up for 3 down, but I think he's only going to drop a 2. And the early lead to this New Zealander, the Kiwi, Andrew Kelly, going to take a 7-2 lead in this race to 21.
3, no 2.
Yeah, just using the third one as a handle.
I saw the one down the bottom.
7-2 in the race to 21 points.
So this game not restricted by a number of ends. It is simply the first bowler to get to 21 shots up.
I found it quite interesting. I was doing some research at some point for something, I can't remember what. But the reason a lot of our, when we're talking bowls and ends, and even like the 21 points or 25, is that originally bowls wasn't on the number of points you scored on a head, it was how many ends you won. So the reason there's an odd number of ends on the old competitions, 15 ends, 21 ends or whatever, is because otherwise you'd get a draw. So it was just how many ends you won to find a winner, which I didn't appreciate, but it's nice to know.
And I understand from what I've been told that that's still the case in a lot of club bowls down in South Australia.
Okay.
They play, you win by the number of ends.
Fascinating how it sort of hooks through, and it's something that's obviously stayed through these odd numbers, although now we have 18 ends of whatever. But it's nice to know the reason, I think. And we saw Andrew Kelly. That's the first ball I've seen go in the ditch today.
Yep.
Probably, I mean, he's thrown a full 2 to 2 length metre end. I think you just give it a bit more oomph. Andrew on the back end.
Yeah, very good bowl. Might have fallen in for shot.
Barely. It seems like it's barely stopped before Adam plays his bowl, isn't it?
Yeah.
And look at this correction here. That's brilliant. Good shot, holding 2. And Andrew Kelly, will he switch to the forehand, do you think? Well, he's thinking.
I'll let you know as soon as he lets the bowl go.
Sticking to
he's
the
going
backhand side. The instinct would have almost been to change because that bowl's just sat slightly to the right of the jack as we see it.
Yep.
So instinctively your bowl's brain how it's sat down, but your bowl's brain to go, oh, maybe it's easier if I switch hands. Conversely, you've played the backhand twice, so why not make a correction? This could get a very good result.
Flop off this. Good bowl. Adam just asking, is he up or down?
Well, you heard a bit of that come through the camera, and I understand what you said about trying to write through the accent. Here we go, Adam on the backhand side, no mucking around.
Yeah, the accent goes both ways. He's probably not 100% sure what our marker Tim's telling him either. Well, I'm sure they'll
Just
be
try and read the sign language.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be okay.
So, Andrew Kelly now, or Potter as he is known, just doing the finger measure. Is that a measuring device?
Well, I was thinking about that the other day, and people saying you can't put your foot in now. I said, but we stand there with our fingers. That's measuring, isn't it? Isn't it? Well, I don't know. I should know, I'm an umpire, but I don't know.
Oh, it's worthwhile just having the conversation. It's plenty, it gives us plenty to talk about if it's a quiet moment.
Yeah.
Andrew just taking a deep breath. You saw that deep breath as he's walking back. There's another question for you. Do you breathe in or out when you let go of the bowl? That's a good one to ask your opposition just before they play a bowl. You can have that one for free.
What do I do? I think I breathe out.
I couldn't tell you what I do, and I try not to think about it, or it's just you get a nightmare.
Do I breathe or do I hold my breath? I don't know.
Andrew Kelly here on the forehand.
He's going to bump him on.
This is
That's
good.
A great bowl.
Beautiful
Fall
shot.
in? Yes, fall in. Great bowl.
Absolutely brilliant shot there from Andrew Kelly.
I reckon he might have, it's close for 2.
So the Northern Hemisphere players can be real quick to drive.
Yep.
Andrew's holding 2, but the Irishman's got 3rd, 4th and 5th shot. Is it worth a nibble here, do you think, Harold? Or are we
Well,
going
it
to see
depends how
controlled
many
bowl?
bowls he's got.
It's the last bowl of the end. We haven't seen any indication of...
It's look, he might drive. It's a desperate shot if he's driving like that on his last bowl. Normally you would. I think you should drive with the bowl in hand.
Just play more, just the over...
Yeah.
An overweight shot.
Well, even just draw, which is what he's doing here.
If he trails it back for 3, this is amazing from the Irishman.
What a great bowl.
Oh, he does... Well, it was a good shot.
Yep.
A very good shot. He would have felt like he had a chance for 3 halfway up, but he'll be happy to just have scored. And I think Andrew Kelly just walked past us, so he may have gone to the loo or something. So we'll just wait for that to be confirmed. But a good shot there from Adam. So we'll call it 1.5. And while we're waiting for Andrew to come back, I can give you some results from that second round, which of course can be found on Bowls Link.
Yep.
We'll start with the women's triples, so we'll go backwards this time. Women's triples in round 2. Australia yellow defeated Australia green, 18 points to 12. Queensland racked up 31 points to 9 win over Norfolk Island.
Big win.
South Africa 17 points to 14 over Ireland.
Close.
And this one, the New Zealand team who defeated Australia in the morning, scored 16 points to Hong Kong's 15 points. So just scraped over the line there.
Another great result for New Zealand. They're going very well in this competition.
We see a measure for 2 now. By this camera angle, you would think that Potter's bowl at 7 o'clock is the shot, or Andrew's bowl at 7 o'clock is the shot.
It is.
And that's the indication there with the string measure. So 1 to the Irishman. Adam McEwen, 3-7, and this race is 21 points.
And we're talking before about the new rules, the Crystal Mark IV edition coming out and being released on the 1st of April. There are some changes to the rules that I've unofficially heard about. Things like, which surprised me a little bit, is if a bowl's going into the ditch and you stop it like we all do before it goes into the ditch, you lose the end. You have to let the bowl go into the ditch.
That's
with
stressful.
the new rules. I've heard that from a number of people, but I'll have to confirm that once the rules come out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I did do a podcast talking to Michael Johnson about it. So I suppose if you are in New Zealand, a player listening to this, on our website we do have a little widget. So you click onto it, and on the right of your screen you see something that says Crystal Mark IV edition. If you click on that, it gives you a quick update on everything that's been done and our new domestic regulations and the new Crystal Mark IV if you want to have a read beforehand. But good just to get your head around that sort of stuff, because otherwise you're going to get people speaking with confidence about things that they shouldn't be speaking with confidence about.
Like me.
No, that's not what I said.
No. I say I'm just letting people know that that's what I've heard.
Yeah.
I really should have brushed up on the rules first.
No, I think you're right, and it's to do with the. I know they've done a lot of work around sort of like the lifting up of bowls, and the intention was to stop. So if I'm skipping and my team plays a bowl and it's going to be bad, and I make it get stopped, in the current rules, there's not a hefty penalty for that.
No.
Whereas in the new rules, you would lose the game.
Yeah.
So I think that's the intention, is to stop sort of.
I think that's a good idea.
Essentially, the cheating that can happen.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
You have a bowl that's not doing what it should do.
There's been 2 good bowls here, bowled by Adam, both on the head.
Andrew Kelly on the probe. The way he played that bowl indicates he knows that's the straighter hand, as it was giving it a chance to track out.
Yep. So obviously trying to land between the 2 bowls of Adams. So either bowl or the jack would have been his objective. Another good bowl by Adam.
Well, there's a 3-bowl target there now. Do you stay on the forehand?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's just asking if it's 2 or 3 down.
Oh, yeah. Yep. It's a big target.
Very considered bowler, Andrew Kelly. It's hard to get a read from his body language more often than not as to what's happening, which is another thing that you see with a lot of the international bowlers.
Yep.
On the forehand here, more weight.
He's played weight.
Now this is the hand that holds.
Oh, he got one out.
Oh, I said he played it as if he knew it was the holding hand, but he played that as if he didn't, so I don't know. It's either one or the other. And we see there It looks like an Irish bowl at the back, so I don't think Andrew has a bowl past head barring the one at 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Coming for a walk down, that's a good call. Sort of addresses the mat, and he wouldn't take more than 5 seconds to play his bowl.
No, really quick.
Watch this one. Going to make a 3-bowl target. I think we're going to see weight here from Andrew Kelly. Oh, that's actually a really good bowl. It's short enough that you could chip it off and still drop a 2.
Yep.
Andrew may even opt to switch to the backhand side, where it's a more open pocket, if you will. Decisions, decisions, decisions here.
Again, last bowl. Do I play weight? What sort of weight? Or do I try and draw?
Right, I think he's going to...
It's forehand. It's going to be weight. If it was draw, it would have been on the backhand.
Big weight here from Andrew Kelly. Needs it to hold. Hold for the jack. What a bowl there.
Great shot. Great shot, Andrew.
Great shot.
Jack goes back on the tee.
That's a good ball under pressure. Very good ball under pressure. Although 1 to Ireland in the end, but a good bowl from Andrew Kelly. Cut it down from 3 to 1. Of course, on the older rules, or some countries' rules, that would have just been a killed end.
Yep.
Whereas the international rules nowadays, I think essentially pretty much all of them is a respot rule, isn't it? On the
Well,
2
it
metre
depends on the conditions of play of the particular tournament. This tournament, it's the conditions of play are that it gets respotted. In other tournaments, they would replay the end. I know all of our club championships, which we're currently playing in at the moment, if the jack gets killed, we replay the end.
Yeah, it's sort of the test match cricket sort of system, isn't it?
Yeah.
You replay it and reward the drive shot, whereas these international competitions where you need to play X amount of games in a day and you have that time frame, it just seems to be that. Look at that shot there from Adam.
Bowl.
Didn't waste any time.
No. Yeah, when the games are time sensitive like these are, the respot comes in. Our Premier League Grand Final, Broadbeach against Helensvale, played in the Grand Final a couple of weeks ago. The first, I think 3 or 4 out of the first 5 ends were all killed and had to be replayed.
No, there's some great stories.
And that was Ryan Bester.
Who would have guessed?
Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed it was Bester?
Here we go. Adam on the back end. 1 close. 2 close. That's great bowls.
2 good bowls.
I think we're going to see this with these 2 players. They're obviously, if you're a singles exponent for your country, you know what you're doing, and these players are capable of having those bursts where they have maybe 5 ends, 6 ends, where they're not going to really miss a bowl, and then it's about enduring that, really, isn't it?
Yeah. They're going to be little runs by each player, and it's who can hold their run longer than the other player will have the advantage.
Absolutely. Andrew Kelly just going a little bit past here. Almost feel like he's setting up for aggression, really, with that second bowl.
Yeah. Well, any touch by Andrew on the shot bowl will make the jack go to the left of the screen. And that's the side of the green that Andrew's 2 bowls are on.
No mucking around here from Adam.
No, he wants to cover the back.
So Andrew Kelly now with his 3rd bowl. Bowls theory usually sort of talks about the 3rd bowl in a game of singles as being the one where if you are going to hit it, you do. So we'll see if Andrew Kelly sticks to that or if he's looking more just to... He switched to a forehand, so that indicates big weight, doesn't it? Or just drawing it off. That indicates he's going to play his forehand.
And I can see his fingers wiggling on the bowl. I reckon he might be going to have a crack at this.
Look at that. Making sure his grip's nice.
There we go.
On the forehand side.
No, he's missed.
Well, I like the shot selection, but the bowl not played as well as you would have liked it to be. And it's interesting because you play that way at your 3rd bowl, you've almost committed for your 4th. You've almost gone, well, I'll just spend 2 bowls having a hoof at it. I don't know. Northern or Ireland in a
Yeah, I think if he's
position.
going to play weight with his last bowl, it won't be weight like the last two bowls. It might be more a running shot, like a metre or 2 metres over. A bit more controlled.
So Adam now on his backhand, holding 2. He's had a very good last couple of ends. Remember the previous end which Andrew Kelly killed. Adam played some very nice grouped bowls, and he's done it again here.
It's in the count.
Yeah, he'll be wanting to count and just be short of it, eh? That means if his 2 bowls end up being chipped off or whatever, he's going to count with his 3rd shot. It's a good bowl. Here we go. Big weight again. This is closer. Andrew Kelly getting
What a
down to
great
the jack,
shot.
getting down to the jack.
Yeah, a lovely shot.
Great shot there from Andrew Kelly. Nutted it twice with his last bowl on the previous 2 ends. Here's a replay of that one. I could watch it a million times. Look at this, out of his hand on the forehand side. Never looked like missing, did it?
No, it was a great bowl, and you could tell by Andrew knew it was online. He held his form on the mat for quite some, while the bowl was quite some time down the rink. Normally if it's offline, the player knows out of their hand and they'll stand up straight away, but he didn't. He knew it was online.
No, great shot. And that's, again, a sign of a bit of confidence there from Andrew Kelly. Had the confidence to have 2 goes at it. And he successfully... I think if you can successfully play some drive shots early on in the game, it's just nice to know that you have that in the locker.
Yes, absolutely. Because quite often those drives, on different days, they either work or they don't. So the fact that he's played 2 great drives will give him a lot of confidence.
Yeah, you often hear sort of at the beginning, I've spoken to a lot of players and they go, well, if I hit my first bowl, I'll just keep doing it, and if I don't hit my first bowl, maybe I'll find another shot to another shot to play.
Yeah. Adam wasn't all that happy with that bowl. This is holding on that narrow side of the green. It's holding, and a good bowl. Probably a couple of feet short.
Adam on the backhand side.
Up and down, mate. How far is he? 8 inches.
Andrew just considering. It is a fascinating contrast of styles here between these 2 players.
It's the drawing side of the green, needs to drop in. It's probably a little bit overweight.
Again, we should see that bowl stay up on the rink. There it is. Something these players do. I think if I was to pick one thing that top players do better than the rest of us, it's how often their bowls stay alive even when they miss. And you wouldn't appreciate that it would make a huge difference. But when you sort of add it all up, it makes a bigger change than I think most people realise.
Oh, absolutely. It's on the rink, it's in the game.
Andrew Kelly making his way back down. Does lots of running around as well. Sort of a Quite one of the more fit blackjacks. Yeah.
Yep.
Something I do not do.
Very important part of bowls. A lot of people may not think that, but to be fit will help your bowls immensely.
Oh, look at this
Good
here
bowl.
from Andrew Kelly.
Good bowl.
Great shot. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Sat through for 3. That's class. Adam McEwen making his way back down to the mat. When he walked up there, he was holding 1, and he's walking back, and he's staring down the barrel of 3 down. He's under a bit of pressure. He's got the right line. How's his weight, Harold?
Yeah, I think it's going to be okay. He's on the drawing side, so he's going to draw in and pull up.
Look at that.
Quite close.
What a shot. That's such a classy bowl. This is a great game of singles to be sitting back and watching from the air-conditioned comfort of actually in Club Helensvale, which is quite pleasing, but a great shot there from Adam. Interesting, the players have a mat at each end. I didn't pay attention to we haven't actually covered any other singles, but I know in domestic competition in New Zealand it's pretty common practice. You just carry the mat.
Yeah, they give the players the option. The umpire or probably the marker will ask the players, would you like to carry a mat, or do you want one at each end? And the players can decide.
I suppose the issue at this level with carrying the mat is that often you want to follow your 4th bowl down when there's one to come.
Yes. Yep.
And you don't really then want to say to your opposition, well, you can carry the mat with you as well. So one at each end makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Just hear the noise of some screaming and something being hit by something, which is probably good for whoever that was.
It's the girls, the triples over on another rink.
I see they have the New Zealand coda there on the right, plugging the game into the tablet. Andrew Kelly on the backhand.
Well, that was on the flat side of the green. Probably needs to adjust his line a little bit.
See this correction here.
Much better line.
The bowl. You can see the bruises on the bowl. That's an indication that it's gone into the ditch at speed a few times, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah, it's got a mark off the backboard. Some of the clubs have a rubber backboard, black backboard.
Andrew using his mat here, he's right to his left. So what that does is it means his releasing point is more to the right as we see it. So the bowl will hold longer and then break late. So
and that's probably not ideal on the flat side of the green. You would think to go to the middle of the mat might bring his bowl in a little bit more. For the drawing side, yes.
And Adam here on the back end again.
Yeah, he seems to have the line on this side of the green.
Good shot. Just putting them down the line.
Yeah.
I wonder if the New Zealanders have been warned that Jack High means something different to you guys. I should let them know.
I'm not sure. Yeah.
That's my bowl, Jack High, yes. Okay.
I know when I've marked a lot of, I marked in the Australian Open and umpired in the Australian Open. And I asked the players, do you want feet and inches, do you want metric, or do you want me to use my hands? And quite often the top bowlers, they use your hands.
Yeah, it's quite a good one, isn't it? It's just a measurement everyone understands.
Once you use your hands, it's not up to interpretation.
Andrew
That's how
Kelly,
far it is.
He's on the drive again.
Yeah,
he's got the jack again. He's done it again.
What a great bowl.
What a bowl.
And the bowls followed the jack straight into the ditch.
Absolutely magnificent. Look at that.
So the white marker next to the 3 on the left of the 3 indicates that's where the jack is in the ditch. And the yellow marker, well, you can see the top of the bowl anyway, but the yellow marker indicates where the live bowl in the ditch is.
Andrew Kelly has come out all guns blazing. Sometimes I think, because New Zealanders and Australians, because we've got quicker greens, we have a reputation As we watch this bowl, Adam, we have a reputation on the international level of being quick to drive, and when we drive fast.
Yeah.
And I often think, I think that's an unfair statement. But Andrew Kelly, he's had 3 or 4 drives. He's hit almost all of them, and it's working well.
He's. I think I've counted that he's driven 5 times, and 3 of them have been perfect. He's had a couple that have missed, but that's a 60% effective rate on a drive is
You're happy days, aren't you?
high quality.
Yep.
That is elite level.
On the forehand, as we see Andrew Kelly, he's leading 8-5 in this race to 21.
He's just trying to beat Adam's bowl, but he's gone.
He was
into the
always
ditch.
trying to sit through that bowl. Maybe he just
He may well have been trying to knock it into the ditch.
the way he was just riding that, but it may have just been the moment you let it go. Yeah, well, I know I'm heavy, so now I need you to rest on a bowl instead. But what a great shot from Andrew Kelly there with his penultimate bowl, taking the jack into the ditch. He's been outdrawn in the last 4 or 5 ends, but he's still leading. He's sort of using his advantage and played some really good drive shots to stay well and truly in control of this game at this point. First to 21, plenty of stuff can happen yet. And a jack, a long jack by the looks, as Matt's right back, and the jack thrown to the 2 metre mark. That'll be another interesting thing. I wish I had like an ear into the game plans that these players make with their coaches, because you will talk about the length that the jack's been thrown. You know, that conversation will be had.
Yeah, game plans are very important, and you need more than one game plan. You need your game plan A, B, and sometimes C. So you need to change your game plan when things aren't going well.
Look at that.
Great bowl.
Oh, he's on fire.
Yeah, he is.
It's good. Good stuff. Oh, yeah, they will have that, and that's the purpose of the rink coach too. It's usually someone that the player or team has been working with for some time.
Yep.
But sometimes from the outside of a game, you can just pick up on little things that you might not see when you're playing the game, and you can offer helpful perspective there.
Yes.
Yeah, the execution of a good game plan, very satisfying for sure. Andrew Kelly on his forehand again. He's got 1 at the 6 o'clock to the jack, looking to make it 2. Good stuff.
It's an excellent bowl.
Great stuff. Andrew Kelly on fire.
And another.
I don't think it's a toucher.
I was
reckon
going to
he's
say toucher, but it's not. It's
3.5 cigarette papers away from the jack.
It is. It's very close.
Of course, cigarette papers is something that no one has anymore. But there was a time in Australia you call it indoor bias bowls, and in New Zealand we call it indoor bowls.
Yep.
It's the one on the mats, and the heads get really tight because it's a short distance.
Yep.
Our umpires used to use cigarette papers to pass between the jack and the bowl.
Yeah.
But we've had to think of other things now because no one smokes, so there's no cigarette paper to pass between the jack and the bowl.
Well, we've got feeler gauges.
Yeah, that's
like
probably
the old motoring. The motoring feeler gauges.
So, Andrew Kelly was just asking the marker there a couple of questions about essentially what we're talking about, where the bowl was in relation to the jack and if it was touching or not, etc. Opted to stay on his forehand side.
Yep.
Feeler gauges are interesting. I usually fumble my feeler gauges. Too much pressure.
We had one in our club championships the other day, and the umpire was using the feeler gauges and was there for quite a few minutes and got up and said, draw.
Worth waiting for then.
Yeah.
I'll ask you a question after this end, actually.
Sure.
I'll wait until it's finished so that I don't get distracted at the pointy end of the end.
Yep.
So New Zealand here, you can see they're holding the shot. Andrew Kelly holding the shot. Adam McEwen looking to play with a bit of weight and dislodge it. Had good weight really, and again we see his bowl stayed up on the rink.
Yep. So it's important for both players to make sure that they've got the tee covered, because if one of the two bowlers makes connection with the shot bowl, the jack is going to go sideways, and more than likely out of bounds. So it will get respotted on the tee. So you can see the angle of the bowl and the jack. If it gets hit with any force, it will go out of bounds.
Andrew Kelly willing this
What
bowl
a
back
great
down.
bowl. No, good bowl. Oh, it's just fallen out.
Should have changed the angles. We may see Adam play his backhand side here. Trying to replace the shot bowl. Yeah, no, that had cannon himself out. That's a bad. I take that back. That's a bad shot.
So.
You're getting yourself out and drop a 3. So I wonder what he will opt to do. What would you play here?
It's really difficult. He's basically covered on the forehand side. The bowl at 10 o'clock is sort of blocking that. He could play a forehand draw around that front bowl to rest on his own and maybe flop in.
It's about all there is really, isn't there? Because
yeah, there is a narrow shot on the backhand side. But that is the drawing side of the green, so there's a number of things to consider. And he's playing a little bit of weight on that side.
Got to be careful here. You don't want to cannon your own bowl out at 6 o'clock and drop a 3 here. Got to be careful. He's close to the jack instead. I mean, he played it well.
It's probably the best he was going to do. He's just a bit unlucky with the roll of the jack.
Yeah, I'll take the one down. It's not the end of the world. So New Zealand creeping into double figures, 10-5. Now my question, Harold. Orbital measures, which we don't have in New Zealand, but I've seen on occasion. We'll just watch the 3 play quickly before I ask you. So New Zealand was holding 1. Adam was looking really for the jack and a slice of luck there, I think, and just sort of got half of the bowl, half the jack. His bowl hung around, dropped to 1.
He would have got the shot had his back bowl not rolled moved in. The jack would have gone straight onto his bowl.
It was about as well as he could have played it. So I'll explain what an orbital measure is for New Zealanders who haven't seen it. It's like this. Oh, it's crazy. This contraption that's placed over the jack and then from there extends, what would you call them?
It's an extendable arm.
Extendable arms?
It's a telescopic arm.
A telescopic arm.
Yeah.
What do you think of them, Harold? What's your opinion?
Oh, they're very cumbersome. We've got them here, but we don't use them.
Is there any space where you would use them, or are they just sort of?
I've never used one. I don't think so. The one thing that I do when I'm measuring, when I'm umpiring, is I always chock the jack. Always. Now, I know the jack's not like a bowl where it's a different shape, and if it's on its edge it could fall and all that sort of thing, but it's a much smaller object, and you are always measuring to it, and you can always move it. So I always chock the jack. It's the first thing I always do. And we have, similar to the orbital, but they're not orbital, they're just like an L shape. Good bowl by Andrew. Yep. So we have an L-shaped bracket with a long telescopic thing on it. We get it right up to the jack, and then we use the telescopic thing, and then we go to the next bowl, and that's much quicker and much easier than an orbital measure.
Makes sense to me. As we see Adam here on the back end. A shorter end here, which Andrew threw. So that begs the question, was it intentional, or did, is he thinking, well, I'm going to throw a long end and a short end and see if I can upset the rhythm, or was it just an accidental short end throw?
I would think at this level it's tactical.
You'd have to think so, eh?
I don't think if he was going to go long, it would be that short. He might be a little bit shorter, but not that short. I think because Adam's drawing quite well, he's probably trying to change the length to put him off his rhythm, perhaps. Just my thought.
On the backhand, Adam. This bruised bowl as it makes its way up the rink. It's a good shot, and for 1.5.
Yeah.
We've zoomed in quite a way. It is quite a short end.
The other thing, Alex, with the short end too, is if Andrew is going to drive, it's a lot easier on the shorter end than the longer end.
No, that makes sense. Yeah. And he's stalking this. Look at him stalking this bowl.
Yeah, he likes it.
That's the swinging hand.
He likes it. He likes it. Come on.
Oh, he liked it all the way, didn't he?
It was, and even a little touch on that bowl of his that it just went past would have just, because it was tipped that way, would have fallen in possibly for the shot.
And the Irish rink side coach having a chat there to Adam.
And I see one of my very, very good close friends, Leanne Poulsen, from the New Zealand team, sitting over there too.
Yes. Having a chat to Mike
Having a
Carroll.
Chat, yes. Leanne won the... I was with Leanne down in Shepparton in Victoria just before Christmas, and Leanne was in the ladies' women's triples team that won the Victorian Championship.
And on a debut for New Zealand at
Yeah.
this multi-nations event, and well deserved indeed.
Yep.
Now Andrew Kelly has third and fourth shot, or second and fourth shot, depending on how it's sitting.
Yeah.
What's he do?
What does he do?
That is the question. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I think Andrew's still making up his mind what he's going to do, perhaps. I think he's only going to draw, although he is driving quite well. But I think he's only going to draw.
Like, he felt like he was very close with his penultimate bowl, so
yeah, I think it's a draw.
not much of a correction required.
No.
And he's given that a beautiful arc. Now let's watch this bowl come back into the head, just down to his weight.
That is, if he taps that, it's going to fall in. No, he's knocked it away. Oh, unlucky.
Lovely effort. That was actually a well-played bowl, really.
Yeah, it was.
And Adam now with a chance. This bonus bowl is super important. It's the cool thing about a bonus bowl as a player is no one can reply to it.
No.
It's just free. It's free, isn't it?
It is free.
Add an extra one.
It is free, but you've got to be careful.
Yes.
That you don't, in your attempt to get it in to a tight head, that you don't knock the jack or one of your bowls away.
There's been some funny moments.
But he's come around to the hand where he's not going to do much damage. So it is a free hit, and he's played it really well.
Beautiful.
Yep.
So 3 there to Adam McEwen. It's going to take it to 8 points to 10. High quality encounter between these two singles exponents. So we've talked about the men's singles results, didn't we? We spoke about who'd done what. We spoke about the women's triples, but women's pairs in round 2. I can tell you that Australia Green defeated Australia Yellow 23 points to 9.
Wow, that's a big win.
It is a big win. And Norfolk Island 18 points, Queensland 13. And the women's pairs, South Africa 14 points, lost to Ireland on 15 points. And of course the game that we broadcast, New Zealand 21 and Hong Kong 11. If you do want to see all of those results, they are available on the Bowls New Zealand website and the Bowls Australia website, and both of those organisations' social media. And I would dare say any of the other NSOs that are represented here have it up as well. All available on Bowls Link for all the different disciplines, and will be done so for all week, which should be pretty good. I see Andrew Kelly here on his forehand side.
Yeah, it's a good bowl here. It is a great bowl here.
Look at that. Brilliant.
Resting toucher.
Doesn't get much better than that.
No.
I mean, it was probably, he was an inch heavy, wasn't he? So, there's room for improvement there for Andrew.
Some might say he's short, Alex. No, great bowl.
Let's not go too far.
Great bowl.
Particularly when you've just dropped that number to be 8-10. You had your opposition come back at you a little bit just to go, well, my first bowl's going to be a front nut.
Yeah. Yeah, the singles games at the elite level, it's really a momentum game. It's about keeping the momentum if you've got it, or trying to take it back if you haven't, because it can get away from you very, very quickly.
That's what we were saying, wasn't it? Because these, we know these players are just so capable, and they will have times in a game where they could play 4 ends and play one bad bowl on that 4 ends.
Yes.
They are going to play perfect bowls for that little run, and you just have to try and weather the storm and then make your little run yourself. And we've seen that twice already in this game.
Yep.
Here comes Adam.
Looks like a very good bowl.
He's found fresh air.
He has.
It was a great effort, really. Ultimately,
I think Andrew's got a play on the backhand here.
So Andrew just asking 1 or 2. It's nice to see the players not afraid to ask questions of the marker.
No, they should. They should. And if they're not sure what the marker's telling them, they should come down to the head and look for themselves.
So Andrew on the forehand side. Underneath this one, he's played a bomb. If he gets underneath this one, and just
fell short.
Just short. All right, here we go. Last bolt. Of Adams, of course, one to come from Andrew. When's it going to break?
Yeah, very good bowl. Unlucky.
I mean, that's disappointing for the Irish player. Look, he's played 3 bowls. They're essentially touching each other.
Yeah.
And Andrew Kelly now looking for a way he can make a bundle here. He just lined up his own bowl. So you see his bowl that sits at 10 o'clock to the jack.
Yep.
He's thinking, what happens if I play with a metre of weight onto that?
Yeah.
It's going to go onto the Irish bowl, roll it out, follow through. Perhaps a 4 opportunity here.
Yeah, but I'd be coming around backhand to do that. This way, if you're not exactly precise, you can roll the Irish bowl in towards the jack.
The only problem is if you're wide or narrow, isn't it, on the forehand?
Yes. Yeah.
Whereas the backhand side, it's a clean, clean cannon
it's,
through.
It's a lot safer.
It's all about looking how you can use bowls, and that's what Andrew's deciding here. Am I backhand to replace it or on the forehand to play through? But regardless, it's an opportunity for a bundle. Andrew Kelly.
Forehand.
I suppose as long as he makes sure he is narrow, it's a minimum of 2. That's going to happen here. Over on his mat a little, on the forehand. He's looking square through that bowl that you can see at 10 o'clock. If he's narrow, it's fine. If he's narrow, it should be fine. Yeah, good shot.
That's okay. That's still good.
Well played. That was the way to err, so he's made it into 2. And 12 points now to New Zealand on this race to 21, leading Ireland 12 points to 8 as this game progresses onwards.
Andrew looks like he's still placing the mat back, but rolling the jack to minimum. Well, probably past minimum. It's still going. No, it's long.
Oh, so that's probably the loosest bowl we've seen Andrew play in some time.
Yeah, he struggled a little bit on that backhand side that he's coming down now, on the flatter side where Adam's got his line pretty well worked out on that side, although he's a bit overweight here.
Can also just give a quick update on the multi-nations para side. So the New Zealand, this is for the New Zealanders. We had the first round bye in the men's and ladies para pairs, but I'm happy to report that in round 2, Darren Willand and Mark Noble defeated the Hong Kong pairing 26 points to 7, and in the women's side, Julie O'Connell and Terry Blackburn, both on debut for New Zealand, defeated Hong Kong 15 points to 11, and I think Australia had a successful run through as well there, and the women's pairs defeating South Africa 21 points to 6, and in the men's pairs defeating South Africa 15 points to 12. But a sort of a bye running through that para side of the draw as well. Andrew Kelly on the back end. Beautiful green with all 4 bowls that you can see. It's just the weight that's the issue. And this one here,
this is much better weight. Great bowl.
There you are. Drawing a toucher. Good stuff. He's in fine form, isn't he, Andrew Kelly? Looks pretty self-assured.
Yeah, he does. He does. I think he's taken a lot of confidence out of his drives early on, where his drives, he hit 3 really good drives, which converted shots to him. That always helps.
Adam has 3 bowls, and that's where the jack's going if it's tap. Oh, where's the danger?
Well,
There.
Andrew's got to draw another shot about a foot in front of his shot bowl,
Yeah.
just to protect it.
He'll know that too. As the jack is essentially touching his bowl, so it's springing pretty
It's
quick.
going to spring, yeah.
Going towards the 3 of Adams. Andrew Kelly here leading 12 points to 8 in this race to 21. Delivering the bowl on the forehand side, so the jack, you can see it sits at 7 o'clock to the bowl, so that's the direction which it'll come. It's literally heading directly towards those 3 bowls of Adams.
And that's where he's put his bowl. He's put his bowl in amongst those
Great
bowls.
shot. That's brilliant.
That's a perfect position.
So Adam will be a good enough player that he'll be able to tell you, these players can tell you exactly where the jack's going.
Yeah.
And you see, that's a good way of looking at it. If you stand far way back, you can line up the point. You find the closest point on the jack, running it through the centre of the bowl, so you can see what direction it's headed and whether it's worthwhile trying to tap the jack back there.
Well, that's the first part. Where's it going and how hard should I hit it?
Yes, that's the next part, isn't it?
And I would suggest...
Is it worth trying to kill it?
Yes. Well, you can see it's going to go back on the tee and he'll have 3 shots right there.
So as long as that, even if the jack's hitting one of the bowls, it's a chance of killing. So that's a good call there, Harold.
He's in a good position. I would run at this pretty hard.
Kill it, respot on the 2 metre for 3.
Yep.
Thank you for coming. I'm now 11 points to 12. This is a big bowl. You feel like this is a big bowl in the context of the game.
Depends whether he's got that shot in his arsenal. Now, we know that Andrew has. We've seen it. But we haven't actually seen a hard drive from Adam yet.
Here we go.
He's playing
on the
weight.
backhand. Looking for the kill here.
No.
He's turning. This could be a calamity. Oh, dearie me. He's going to be 3 down now. He just literally picked that gap perfectly.
Yeah.
The weight probably would have killed it, but he could have gone quicker as well. He could have wound up a bit more than that. It'll be disappointing.
It wasn't a real drive with conviction, was it? It was sort of a running shot, but I would have suggested that he had gone straight at it with a fairly hard drive.
It's a bowl. It's a bowl to Roo. Now look at this replay here.
Yeah.
Just found that gap and then threw onto his own bowl. Bang, bang, bang. And unfortunately from 2 down to 3 down, and you feel like that's a point in the game that these players are going to look back at and have different opinions of.
Pivotal moment in the match, especially a race to 21. Andrew's now within 6 shots, and Adam is still 13 shots away. So Adam's got the work to do.
Andrew on the forehand side.
Yeah, excellent bowl.
Just looked really, really put together, really. That was too many reallys and a bit of commentary there, Harold. I've overdone that.
No, I think it was appropriate. It was a great bowl.
Thank you. That makes me feel a little better.
That was a great bowl.
And Adam.
But being behind the jack, or jack high, as you might say.
Yes.
There's something for Adam to bowl at and sit on. Sitting on Andrew's bowl will give him the shot.
See him here on his forehand. Such a contrast in styles between these two. Both very good players, very effective. I think you see that through all bowls as well. You've got the... they're not natural. Natural's not the word I'm looking for, but you've got the bowlers that do all their preparation before they hop on the match. They get on there, they play the bowl, they get off.
Yep.
And then you have those of us who take the time,
flow.
You know.
Yeah, Adam's delivery reminds me very much of Aaron Wilson from Australia. He just almost walks onto the mat and bowls without stopping.
Yep.
And Adam's a little bit flowy like that. Andrew's a bit more static, as you can see. He's quite still, and even when he bowls, apart from his arm movement, everything about him's quite rigid and still, which is
It's much more what we would call there's the delivery that's coached into New Zealand players.
Oh, it's a good bowl.
Particularly on the quicker greens that we've traditionally played on.
Yep.
Although they are slowing down nowadays, but traditionally greens 18, 19, 20 seconds. You need to have that fine control, or you're just going to be hoofing the balls into the ditch, and that's not much fun.
It happens here sometimes when our greens are running at 18. We look at the ditch, and there's more balls on the ditch than there are on the green.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Adam needs a good result here. He played that with enough weight to get a good result, but he's found fresh air again. Yeah. And looking like a good head for Andrew Kelly. He's got the backest bowl, the one at 6 o'clock. He's got two close. Do you need to put a third bowl on the head? What would you play here?
I would play backhand to the jack.
Just try tuck it around the corner that little bit.
Because what you're doing there is not just trying to get another shot, but you're actually taking Adam's shot away from him, because that is Adam's shot. Now he's not doing that. He's going forehand. But obviously he knows he's better command of his game than I am. But
I suppose as long as
but I know what Adam's going. I know what Adam's going to do, and personally, I would try and take that shot away from him. That is a good bowler. He's actually put the ball over in front of.
He's done the same thing in a different way, hasn't he?
Different way.
Your objective is the same. It's to make it more difficult for Adam.
I mean, Adam had an open shot there, and the idea when you're holding is to try and protect those two shots and make it a bit more difficult for Adam, especially when he's only got one bowl to go.
And now if we look at what Adam has on to play, it's very little, really. Very little. It's almost a dead draw on the forehand, really.
That bowl that Andrew's knocked in is almost the same as him drawing on the backhand and leaving the bowl there.
Yeah.
It's exactly the same thing. He's just, like, as you said, Alex, he's just done it a different way.
Adam on the forehand, this is very close.
Yeah, this is that. He's had to change his shot because of that bowl.
This is very close
here. This is an excellent bowl. This is a great bowl.
That's Mick. Oh, he's got one. I was going to say he deserves one. That's a good shot. And Andrew Kelly acknowledging that with a slap of the thigh. Yeah. And one there to the Irish player. It's great stuff. Well played. Under a lot of pressure, changed hands.
Yeah. And it's difficult changing hands. There are different lines on the green, different sides of the green are drawing differently.
You essentially started from scratch, aren't you?
You are.
When it comes down to
bowls. And that's why with our basically our pairs, our triples and our fours, we tell our leads just stay on the same hand. I mean, there are the exceptional cases where you might have to change, but 9 times out of 10, just stay on the same hand. Don't have to reinvent the shot on the other hand.
Probably another space where I think players at this level, even though they still stick to your bowl series style on one side, but if you asked, and look at that from Adam, if you asked any of the players on this green after 4 ends what the rink does, they'd be able to tell you pretty accurately. They go, well, the forehand does this, the backhand does this. If they've noticed something, they'll tell you, and it gets burned into their brain.
I would even go so far, Alex, as to say that they would work that bit out on the roll-up.
Yeah, the trial ends for sure, absolutely.
Yep,
and that's a space.
If not the roll up, the trial ends, then certainly within the next couple of ends.
For sure.
Yeah.
Whereas I feel like your club bowlers or players that play at a centre for us or district level for you, we're not quite as good at it as these guys.
No.
Just burning it into the brains.
Yep.
What is the rink doing? And it just the understanding is incredible. Really, people don't understand how much thinking goes into this sport sometimes.
Especially if you prefer one hand to the other. Perhaps if you prefer forehand. So you're coming down one side of the rink on your forehand, it might be narrow. And then when you get up the other end, you're coming down the wider side on the forehand. The club bowler might say, well, my last bowl was really good and I knew the line I took. I'll take the same line. And then it cuts across the head. Because the two sides of the green are different.
Absolutely. Here we go. Andrew on his backhand side. Doesn't look that convincing to
No,
me.
it's going to be under.
Yeah, he's shaking his head. Yeah, he knows. I think probably didn't let it go as well as he could have.
Yeah.
And an opportunity here for Adam to sit with at least 2, maybe 3.
This is a good line. This is all on the weight here.
Very close.
All on the weight. He's going to knock that up for a shot. Another shot.
Well played. Good shot. And we'll see Andrew ask the marker what the situation is. Tell me a story.
Timmy will say you're 2 down.
Let's look for some indication.
It's close. What did Tim say? 1 and a measure?
Favour Ireland, he said. So Tim said he thinks it's an Irish shot, and Andrew just asking the Irish player to move off his line, so he must look at the bank end. I don't look that far up a green, so it's never been a problem for me. Now this bowl, how long is it going to hold? It's the hand that should hold a little bit. He's close.
It's a very good shot.
Good shot. He may still be one down. A little hand
Yeah.
shake of the head. Was well played from Andrew Kelly. Now here's a challenge. What does Team Ireland play here? The holding one. It's a pretty compact head. There's bowls that are short. What's the option? Remembering that Andrew's got another bowl to go.
Yeah.
I'm asking you because I've got no idea, Harold.
Yeah. And I'm hesitating because I haven't got much idea either. I would think forehand. The only thing is on the forehand side, it's a real drawing hand. And Andrew's bowl up at 10 o'clock is really on that line.
So you're almost on the forehand of your Ireland. You're almost hitting the bowl at 11 o'clock,
it's on this line. And the bowls to come around here, I think that's the Ireland bowl.
Yeah, we got the Irish bowl at 9 o'clock to the jack.
Hit that and knock that in.
So what we think is Adam's trying to go around that short bowl.
Well, he's either going around it or
he's
under
going
it.
deep. He's just going past, isn't he?
He's happy with the one.
I think that's probably an indication that, I mean, if we look at that head, it's dangerous for Ireland to try anything. Andrew Kelly's got an opportunity where he may go the Irish bowl that sits by itself because you got the Irish bowl at 6 o'clock and the Irish bowl at 9 o'clock, and then the 2 New Zealand bowls at 3 o'clock to the jack and 1 o'clock to the jack.
Yeah.
So if you get rid of the 2 Irish bowls, which sit to the left, you've got 3rd and 4th-ish.
And the other consideration for Adam is the scoreboard. And this is one thing that these guys will always have in their mind. At 15-9, if his plan to convert his 1 into 2 turns sour and he loses 2, he's then 17-9. He's getting very close to the end.
Yeah.
So he's happy to go 15-10 and live to fight another day.
Oh, so Andrew Kelly just having a chat to Mike Carroll here about shot selection, because there is a chance here for Andrew Kelly to try and make it 3. But like you said, conversely for Andrew, he's 15-9 up on the card.
Yep.
Is it a time he wants to take this opportunity? It could go septic. We'll see. He's on his backhand.
Well, it depends how confident he is.
Well, let's just wait. We'll wait 20 seconds. We'll know the answer.
It could be great, but it could go horribly wrong. No, I think he's played a pretty good shot here.
If he picks the gap, he's
under,
swooping
he's
away.
under. I mean, it's dare I say, it's a good miss.
Yeah, and if we look at the weight that he played, that was almost an inside out off the Irish bowl for 3.
Yep.
A very fine shot, not to be on this occasion. So Ireland now into double figures, 10 points. Ireland 15 points to New Zealand, and the players exchanging a bit of a smile. It's all played in good spirit at this international level, isn't it? Well, mostly played in good spirit at international level.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be international bowls if there wasn't a little bit of... You got to have something somewhere, a little bit of... have to have the stories keep coming every few years.
Not at bowls, surely.
Are we talking about a different sport?
More on the squash court. We're on the squash court where I was head of the tribunal.
That sounds like a fun job.
Not so much at bowls.
So Adam here on the forehand. It's been a great game of singles so far.
That is a good bowl.
Plenty of life left in it
excellent
yet.
spot.
Scoreboard man just got a bit of hay fever, I think.
Rod.
Knew that I was getting emotional at the game.
Rod Moore. Might have got to bed late last night, Rod. I'll have to ask him later.
Here we go. On the forehand, Andrew Kelly.
Yeah, that's the holding side, so that won't be too bad. It's probably a little bit under. He's probably not quite there either. Yeah, good line on this bowl.
Seems to be for Adam. If he gets his first bowl close, the next three are just right there, aren't they?
Because he's staying on the same hand, and that's the point about changing hands. You know, he's able to replicate his first bowl with the line and the weight. This is a good bowl.
Close here.
I like this bowl.
Good shot.
Yep.
And wanted to sit against the bias as well.
Yep.
So Adam just taking his taking more time than he usually does, actually. Adam here.
Yep.
Just going for a walk, just to look to see. Often you see players walk out that angle just to get an understanding of the depth there. You know, you walk out to your side so you can see where a bowler's in relation to the jack. So still on the forehand. He's taken a reasonable line. If he's got the weight right here, willing it back down. It's when you want a heavy bias bowl, just watching it, waiting for it to just swing back in that little bit. Who's got third shot, says Andrew Kelly.
Who's on first?
Now, what's on second and I don't know who's on third. He should have said I don't know, and that would have been the answer to the question.
And it shows you, Alex, how far ahead these guys think. It is like chess. It's not the next move. It could be the one after or the one after that.
Oh, particularly at a fours, you know, in a fours match. If you took, we'll just watch this bowl from Andrew Kelly here.
Good bowl.
This is close to genius.
Good
Gets
bowl.
down, gets it square.
Yeah, lovely bowl.
Absolutely
Lovely
magnificent. Magnificent shot. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Couldn't have played it any better. Now, what I was going to say is, if you ask one of the top skips in a game of fours, after the leads have played their bowls, they could probably tell you with about 80% accuracy where the jack's going to end up.
Yep.
Because you can just see, they can just see the way the head's building,
Yep.
and what direction the jack is going to go. You know, after the first half of the ends played, the skips could probably tell you what number's likely to be scored. They can just think ahead in that way. As we see Adam here on the forehand, this is a clutch bowl. He needs it to turn now. He needs it to break back into the head, and it's not going to. And it's going to be, I'll be surprised if it's not a four here for Andrew Kelly. He's got to, if that third bowl's coming up front, Andrew's going to make this count for 4, and he wants to get to 19 points. So you can't afford at this level to give your opposition a sniff.
No.
And you can't afford to take your foot off the throat, even for a second. So we know Adam would take it. So Andrew Kelly here, bonus bowl. Just played a brilliant penultimate shot. So looking to make it 3, maybe 4, depending on if the short bowl is counting.
Changing hands.
Now the safer, he's opting for the safer
Yep.
side.
Yep. Yeah, been very conservative.
I like that he's still watching it. Now, how's the weight go? He
It
says.
might get in.
Oh, he took the right green.
I tell you what, it was the right. It was the right. Only two.
Oh, only 2. It's a disappointment to the New Zealand fans. Sorry if I talked it up a little bit there. I'm too easily excited. So we see Andrew going for that. Looks like another long end. He's opting for. Maybe he's rotating through. I've seen that before, where you watch a player play and they go, "Well, I'll play a long end, then a medium, then a short, then a long, then medium, then a short," because they know what the plan is, of course.
Yes.
So watch this bowl.
And they can change the length of the end from depending on which direction they're bowling from. If they prefer their forehand long on coming away from the clubhouse, they'll go long, and if they prefer shorter on the backhand going back down, they might play shorter going back the other way.
Absolutely. So Andrew Kelly here on this occasion on the backhand. He's we call it within checkout range now. He's on 17 points.
Yeah, he's
so
close.
What we mean by that is he could win this game in one end.
He's on they say in darts, he's on a finish.
Yes, yep. Call it the big fish at this stage.
So what Adam needs to do here, his game plan now, is just to win ends. It's not to make big numbers, it's just winning ends in a row. 2, 3, 4 ends in a row, even if they're all ones.
Absolutely.
Just it's about there goes Brett Wilkie.
Yeah, played for New Zealand. He's played for Australia. He's one of the few dual internationals. He played in indoor bias bowls and outdoor bowls for Australia.
Yes.
Brett Wilkie. He was the captain of the team, I think.
Yeah, he plays here now. Yeah,
A very classy bowler.
Very good bowl by Andrew Kelly.
So Andrew Kelly within Cooey really, within 4 points of winning this game. So the pressure's right on Adam here.
Yeah, no, he's going to cut under that ball.
He's trying to hold, it's not going to. I mean, is Andrew Kelly now thinking, could this be the last end? He's holding 2 bowls to go each.
Well,
and you see the head shake.
It would be a mistake to think it was the last end. He's just got to think about this bowl.
And that's the thing, isn't it? That's the fascinating thing about the psychology in singles.
Yep.
Is because you're playing to a point target to win and not a number of ends.
Yes.
It can be really hard to stop those thoughts, to just stay focused on the process of letting go of a bowl.
Correct.
It can be really hard, and we so often see players get to 18 or 19 points to a 9 or a 10 and have that lead chipped away. And I tell you, it's hard if you've been 19 something up, 19-10 up, and suddenly you're 20 all. That's really challenging.
Shot bowl. Front of the kitty, front of the bowl.
Ah, that's good. I like that. That's a good answer. Instead of talking Jack high or Jack level or Jack whatever.
Front of the kitty at level with the front of the bowl.
Yeah.
Well, Tim, I would say that is Jack high.
We'll have to agree to disagree.
That's what we would say.
Oh dear.
6 inches in front.
It's good to these players just having that communication.
Yep.
Got yours there, they're probably going, I couldn't hear the noise behind me about asking for the third shot. Well, I've got to see the noise as well. Yeah, but the noise behind me didn't help. Yeah. Oh, hey, no, your fault.
Here we go. On the backhand.
He's going to be just behind. It's a good bowl. It is a very good bowl.
Very good shot. Cut it down.
Maybe cut one out.
Cut it down to 1 there, I reckon. Remind me what that bowl right at the back is. Is that Andrew Kelly's bowl or is that an Irish bowl, do you think?
The one at the back?
The colour is exactly the same, and I've got a memory like a goldfish.
Okay. No, the one at the back has to be the Irish bowl because there's 2 each there, and Andrew's about to bowl a bowl.
So mathematics would indicate that the one
so
must
that'll
be
be his third bowl. So
Yeah.
it must be the third bowl. Must be. Well, no,
New Zealand.
no, because we didn't see that one.
Oh,
out
okay, that's an
to
out
the
of
far
fence.
left of the
Cool.
screen.
Cool. You
Yeah.
salvaged that well for us.
Sorry,
Thank you.
trying to be logical, didn't work.
That made a lot of sense, but that means that removes my next statement, which was, well, the Irishman may now trail the jack back.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
not going to be. And Andrew Kelly here on the forehand side.
Oh, he's short.
So is there a chance here for Adam to try and tuck the jack around the corner?
Yes.
Just the 3 or 4 feet on that forehand side towards, what's that, 4 o'clock on the screen if the jack goes in the 4 o'clock direction?
There is, but what he's got to do, he's just got to make sure he wins the end.
Oh, so you're drawing for one.
So if he's trying to just cut the jack around, it's personally, I'm drawing into here. I'm drawing in between the jack and
Just
the
as
black
close
bowl.
as you can on that forehand side.
And sit the black bowl, flop in for 1. If you happen to be a bit wider and comes around the corner, so be it. You'll get a couple more, but he should be playing for 1. He's just got to win ends.
So here we go. Adam, he's trailing 10 points to 17. He's 1 down on the head. I mean, he needs to score. I think the conversation he's having with his coach now is probably the conversation we just had, Harold,
Yeah,
where it's
I
like,
think
well,
so.
do you play 3 or 4 feet over to try trail it for 3, or do you just back yourself on the dead draw for 1? What's the easy? I suppose the question is for him, what does he think is easier to just score? You just score. You know, you need to score a number. Well, you need to score. You can't afford. If we look at it, it's 17 points to Andrew Kelly, so he's got to score 4 points in the same time that Adam has to score 11.
Yes.
So realistically, Andrew will probably do that in 3 ends, a 1 and a couple of singles.
Yep.
You
But
need
it's
to be
about
scoring.
momentum, and he's got to stop the momentum. And so he needs to draw into the jack and the bowl to get at least 1. If he happens to be a half a bowl wide and the jack goes around the corner,
Happy
okay,
days.
that's great.
Yep.
But that shouldn't be his objective, I don't think.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. And we'll see what Adam decides to do. He's trailing.
He might be going to have a run. No, he's going to draw.
And what was that? He sort of it was almost a practice.
Yeah.
A practice arm swing, but he's on his forehand, so this is the swinging hand. So it should come back. His bowl should break back.
And
It's
if he
trying.
If he sits the black
It's
bowl,
trying. Oh! How's it stayed behind?
He's unlucky.
How did it stay behind? Dear. Well, I mean, I don't know what to say. That was very close to perfection, but it wasn't.
That shot there was in between the 2 shots we were talking about.
Yeah.
A little bit more to the left, he sits the black bowl and gets 1. A little bit more to the right, he knocks the jack around the corner for probably 2.
Here's a replay. Let's watch this very closely. He's right in the area, gets the jack, bounce back. That's a bit stiff. That's a bit stiff there from Adam, but, you know, I suppose that's just what happens sometimes. He gave himself every chance, and we see...
It was a good bowl. It was a very good bowl.
Yeah, you couldn't look at it and go, it was poorly played. So 18 points now to 10. Andrew Kelly leading this game, 18-10. Just keeping on his work. And for Andrew, from Andrew's point of view, from the New Zealand point of view, try and close this game out as quickly as possible, because we know that everyone in this field and the men's singles is capable of stringing together those ends, as we spoke about. It's very he's capable of putting together 11 points in a few ends, so you want to try and finish the game as quickly as possible. 3 points to go if you're a New Zealand supporter, 11 points to go if you're an Irish supporter. It has been a great game. Thank you for joining me in commentary, by the way.
Oh,
Harold,
no, my
I've enjoyed
pleasure.
it.
Hope your colleague gets here tomorrow.
Yes, yeah, Kevin Hickland will be joining me from tomorrow, but it's been nice to have your dulcet tones on the airwaves.
No problem.
And give a couple of plugs out to your club as well, which is a lovely place, and they've been very accommodating for
it'll be great.
our broadcast.
Next time you come back, it'll all be finished, and it'll be fantastic.
Yeah, I will make sure to call and have a look. Certainly lots of work going on. Andrew Kelly willing this bowl down, not to be. So Adam holding 1. And looking like he's going to stick to his... I know he's switching to his backhand side, sorry. There's a player we've got, he's debuting for New Zealand at this event, called Kelvin Scott. He won a New Zealand singles. Very good player. And usually I tell what hand the players are going. You just look at their feet, eh? You know?
Yes.
Look at the direction they put in their feet. Kelvin points to his left on his backhand and his forehand. And the number of times I've called the wrong hand for him as a commentator.
Yep.
I know what's happening here, but no. Andrew Kelly on the forehand. He wasn't far away with his first one, and he thinks he's close with the second
I think
one.
this is a good bowl. I think he's going to sit the Irish bowl. And
Has he got it
second
square?
Shot. Yep.
Yes, he has got it square. Brilliant there from Andrew Kelly. Holding 1.5. We'll say 1. We'll be conservative.
I'd say 1.
Don't want to get too excited. Adam on the backhand. No mucking around with this man.
This is the drawing side. This is going to draw in.
He's very close here.
This is going to draw in. Yeah, probably a bit too much.
Oh, he's found a few bowl-sized gaps in this game. To be fair,
he's holding his towel up to see the wind, what the wind effect is. Great job here at Club Helensvale too by all of our markers and scoreboard attendants, all in their club uniforms.
Certainly so much goes in to running any event, and always grateful for the volunteers at all levels. Andrew Kelly on the forehand. So what's the rest of it look like for Helensvale multi-nations wise?
We've got another day. It's on Wednesday. So I think talking to Andrew Howie, who runs all of this, and Andrew was saying that we've got today. I think they move tomorrow to another club. You might have it on here.
It's a mixture. I think,
Yeah.
where are we? Round 4. Musgrave Hills, where we'll be broadcasting from.
Yeah.
But there must also be a Paradise Point. Paradise Point at Musgrave Hill.
Yeah. So I think Paradise Point, from what Andrew was telling me, has one day, so that'll be tomorrow. Musgrave will have a couple of days. Mudgeeraba will have a couple of days.
He's on the drive. Adam, I wonder if he's 3 down based on the shot selection.
So he's not. He doesn't.
I thought he was only 2 down, but he might be 3 down. And if he's 3 down, he's moved his own
Yeah,
bowl.
yeah,
That could be
no,
game, folks.
That'll be it.
That could be game. He moved his own bowl. Andrew's putting the mat down.
You know,
So maybe it's only 2. I think he was... Oh, this is interesting. That'll be a gutting way to lose if you had him. Well, his bowl's just sat down. So that's good news if you're an Irish supporter. And they've all agreed that it's 2. Sorry for interrupting you
no,
there,
that's
Harold.
okay.
It got exciting.
No, it was exciting.
So 2. So
Yeah, so Mudgeeraba will have a couple of days. We'll have our second day on Wednesday. Broadbeach will have a couple of days, plus the finals will be down at Broadbeach as well. So they'll be shared around to those 5 or 6 clubs.
we see Andrew Kelly deliver the jack, and he's 1 point away from a win here on 20 points to 10. 1 point away.
This is a situation, Alex, where 20 to 10, 1 point away, mat up onto the minimum,
Bang.
jack to the tee, run it into the ditch.
Yep.
It's easy to say. It's easy to say.
Sounds like a good plan.
Yeah.
Andrew Kelly just plugging away. He's played very well this game. It's been a good performance from Andrew. It's been a good mixture of shot play as well. We've seen him draw, drive and in between, and they've all been executed well. It's been an impressive performance. He just needs, from a Kiwi point of view, to finish it off now. Of course, for the Irish viewers, I don't have no idea what time it is in Ireland. Goodness knows. Maybe I'm keeping some of it.
It'll be...
It's 4:30.
So it's 4, 6. It's probably about 6 o'clock in the morning there.
Okay, well, some people might be
It's
away.
it's about 10 hours from here back to England and Ireland, give or take.
Well, the Irish viewers then, they need Adam to score 11 points. Uninterrupted 11 points as well.
Yep.
Can't afford to lose another end.
That last drive by Adam was similar to one of his previous drives. They were sort of like a running shot rather than a full-on drive.
Certainly wasn't as quick as we're accustomed to see in this part of the world.
No,
is it?
it's certainly not like Andrew's drives.
When we talk drive down in the southern hemisphere, so Australia and New Zealand, they're just straight up the middle.
Yep.
And they, on the faster greens, that's just what is required, really. You don't give your bowler a chance to drift.
Yeah.
Just go straight up the middle.
Yep.
And a lot of the top players generally have it, and you can see, if you watch their backswing, and Peter Bellis, who's here, is probably was one of the best exponents in the world at a drive shot. You watch the old videos, and his hand almost, I can't get my arm back that far.
Big backswing.
Massive backswing, massive follow through.
Yep.
And just straight up the middle at speed. Incredible stuff. As we see Adam here, trying to hold on to this game, trying to stay alive, and just showing a little bit of frustration now. That's another bowl. He was within a bowl of perfection.
Yep. Now, Andrew has been very consistent through the whole game. There were a couple of ends where he was on this backhand side, on coming this way away from the clubhouse, where he was a little bit wide, but he corrected that very quickly and found his line and his length and has bowled very, very consistent game.
When are we going to see the light go away, by the way, Harold?
The light here?
When's the twilight sort of disappear?
We don't, but being sort of subtropical a little bit, we don't get much of a twilight. It actually goes dark relatively quickly.
Okay.
It won't happen till about 6 o'clock at this time of the year, I think, about 6 p.m.
So it won't really be a consideration for the players, considering the fact they start at 8:30 and the time limits are nice and controlled.
No, I
We're
wouldn't
not going to
think
get
so.
situations where it gets too dark on them.
Oh, just turn the lights on, Alex.
Good idea.
This is where we play on.
Oh, look,
Wednesday.
there are lights.
This is where we play on Wednesday night, and the switch is right next to it. Just there, I can just reach out.
Oh,
and do it.
brilliant. Oh, that's good news. It's a good solution. And here we go. I think that might be it.
That's it. No need to bowl the last bowl.
It's over.
They've shaken hands, yeah.
Brilliant. So we see there, congratulations go to Andrew Kelly. He's defeated Ireland 21 points to 10. And a really good performance.
Yeah.
And on that note, just if you're tuning in, we will be back tomorrow. And tomorrow we are broadcasting round 1 and round 2 from Musgrave Hill. For our New Zealand viewers, that means that it'll probably start at about 11 o'clock your time, because remember, 3 hours difference between Australia and New Zealand. So round 1 and round 2 from Musgrave Hill. Thank you very much for joining me in the commentary box,
pleasure.
Harold.
I really enjoyed it, Alex. Thank you.
It's been much appreciated. And on that note, sit back, relax, and enjoy some highlights from that high-quality game where Andrew Kelly came out the winner, 21 points to 10.